I never learned this in school. So there we have the fee simple absolute. Like I said, if they had named the heir, if they had done anything to signify who the heir was, it would have lessened the estate and it would have become a life estate.
It will have become a life estate. Press 1. Now, I am here, of course. I just wanted to say what's up to the chat room. I didn't want to get into too much talking because there's so much to learn. And it's so fun to learn this and see so many people interested in it. If you don't know, this is the You Coffee and Kush TV. You already know Kev Gills. And if you didn't hear what she just said, it would have just centralized the power. So, meaning the framers of the theft of the contract, the Constitution, making that law instead of just a mere policy in the contract base for international business and shit like that. People gotta, wake up to there is a Supreme Court which you adhere to. There's a supreme law in which you, the real life individual, is to go by. Is like the 10 Commandments. The Bill of Rights is like the 10 Commandments, because of course the framers of the Constitution were George Washington. These people all believed in God and such like that. So just kind of hashing over what we were talking about. This is about a trust. This is about either a centralized power trust or a alienated trust, which is illegal according to supreme law. And you know how this goes. So pay attention. Get your notebooks out. It is 2 more parts after this. So we will be here for about an hour and a half, and judging on, if you guys want to talk about it afterward or come back later, let it digest and we'll discuss it then. But let's continue this up. See y'all in a bit.
Now, when you come to a life estate, you have problems because there are things that apply to it. You have responsibilities.
Okay, so she just made a dumb excuse on why a life estate is not kind of like doable, because you have responsibility. Of course you do, but it's just crazy how something as simple as you have responsibility, that's why they had to bust it up and give it to us this way.
To continue on with the fee simple, you'll notice on page 8 I have a few things underlined, such as if, now we're discussing the heirs or the parties of the estate. And if he dies intestate without any heirs, lineal or collateral, the property escheated to the overlord in feudal days, and now would escheat to the state. The estate, B's estate, will last only as long as he has heirs. Therefore, we have the 14th Amendment getting rid of the heirs. The estate lasts only as long as there are heirs. That is why we hear from these offside routes that the preamble or the Constitution is outdated and outmoded. Yes, because they have gotten rid of the heirs and it is not valid anymore. Why?
What happened to the heirs? Genocide, remember? She said it in the last video. Genocided them. The 14th Amendment genocide, they genocided them and then they paper genocide. So us being victims of the 13th and 14th Amendment have to remember when these things went into place. Press 1. Do you agree? Yes or no? We have to be able to tie down the dates of when was if the 13th Amendment took you out of here and the 14th was the total theft, the whole genocide process, 13 and 14. What year was this? And was this early 1900s?
Should we keep it around? Let's get rid of it. I heard by word of mouth, I don't keep up with these things, that one of the people who ran for presidency last time wanted to have a constitutional convention. Well, if the throne has been abdicated, a constitutional convention is proper, so that the throne can descend to something or someone else.
Is that something or someone else even legal? I mean, a thing. I mean, I see it in a noun format, but then that'll mean an international corporation. A thing that can be a puppet government. A thing can be fucking Mickey Mouse, as I showed you guys about Disney sovereignty over you. So you got to understand when they begin to speak in such way, it's time to start paying attention to even not just her, but the language itself.
Because we no longer need the Constitution as it is. It's outdated, isn't it? Well, you might think so, but I don't. On page 34, we come to a thing. You will notice that I have put some writing up at the top. It says restraint on alienation. Okay, case 40. A being, the fee simple owner of Blackacre, executed his deed to B as grantee in the following words. I hereby grant Blackacre to B and his heirs, but upon the express condition that it shall not be competent for B to dispose of or alienate said Blackacre for a period of 5 years after he receives the title of such property.
And remember, this is all Great War. This is all Great War. Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
Okay, so someone's attempting to pass a fee simple absolute here with a big but. But he can't do this or that or the other. So what type of estate does he really have? And down there you'll see the answer is C has a fee simple absolute in Blackacre. This question does not involve either a determinal fee simple or a fee simple on condition subsequent, for no intention appears on the face of the deed. Here is a fee simple estate vested in B. The grantor then attempts to impose upon the grantee, B, a restraint on his power to alienate or dispose of the fee simple estate. Is such restraint valid? The answer is an unequivocal no. You have no power, no right to restrain a fee simple absolute in any way, shape.
Meaning, this was all done in forgery. That means the grantor wasn't even available. That means there had to be something going on to make a grand forgery go on. It'd be illegal itself to do so. So they have to forge. They have no William Howard Taft and Roosevelt and McKinley and all of these trust busters, and then the Latter-day Saints. They have no other. We just have to see where the forgery took place. Now we have the name switching and all this is fucking easy work, but to actual nail down the grantors is what you're looking for. You're looking for Whose was switched from grantorish to giving somebody else grantor-ish type of power over the trust type of thing? So we'll get to that.
Shape or form.
I totally
You
see.
can put no conditions on it. Restraint on alienation. Pigeonhole that word. Because at this time, your Social Security number is a restraint on alienation to that estate.
Told you. So ever since you've entered the Social Security federal system itself and was reclassified, it took you from the estate to where you became a beggar or a person who's asking for rations of some sort. That's crazy. And the only thing that was going on that put you in such dire displacement was the wars that was going on, what I was called the civil wars at the time. The Tulsa, Oklahomas, all of these little civil wars that was going around that they call it massacres, but was really the Civil War. Let's go.
Okay.
If you think time immemorial, the Civil War is some old King George shit. But if you stay on what a Civil War is and what happened, you will see that the Civil War just happened when they overthrew all of the black towns and states all over the place. Not just in the South. It knocked you off of the state entirely. They were burning up things in San Francisco, Chicago, all of it. And you know what was to come from that. So let's continue on. That's crazy.
Let's see.
I'm sorry, guys. It just started pouring down outside because this is real. I mean, it just started pouring. I'm trying to tell you, this is real. I'm not just a YouTuber. You feel me? This white lady is a daughter of the Confederacy trying to get her people to think beyond where they even was at the time. Listen, we don't even want to be citizens no more. We trying to get to the estate. See, they already figured it out for us. They ain't here no more. But they already figured it out for us. This white lady thinking she fooling somebody and helping somebody. Press one.
Page you're on, buddy?
I am now on page 79. We're going into freehold estates still. An estate of freehold is an estate of indeterminate duration other than an estate at will or by sufferance. Again, it says so. Indeterminate duration. This is what makes the Constitution infinite, to last for all ages.
Is that true? No. The Constitution is, that's why she got that face on right now. The Constitution is a contract. It's a 50-year contract. Get out of here. It's a contract. Until you supposed to honor the Jubilee. Come on, family. We do this. So that's where she was wrong. She failed right there. It's a contract. The Constitution only grants the federal government power to lease around this motherfucker and to employ workers. That's just crazy. And we just pretty much been signing up. That's why when the people overthrew the weed laws, the federal government was sitting up there saying, we still think it's, well, we don't give a damn what you still do. We kind of forced them, kind of punched them in the face. We don't give a damn what you feel. All of us together will sue y'all over some marijuana. You get what I'm saying? Press one. So why not get together and sue their ass over some illegal violations with the real law? Not just no damn weed or things of that nature. Press one.
For all societies.
So the greatest document on earth is the Magna Carta. She already said it. And that is to last forever. That's just a contract. The Magna is the real deal Holyfield. The names is the real deal Holyfield. I mean, y'all already proved over the last stolen legacy that y'all above the quote unquote law, correct? Are y'all above corporate law because y'all understand superior law, supreme law, and playing the straw man did it effect? Press 1. Well, Boosie Badass can't play the straw man effect right about now. Press 1.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Wake up.
Okay, this makes it immortal. It's beautiful. It is an immortal thing. It's there. Life estates. Now, I should have something on life estates in here. I know they're there. I hope we get to them. But we're going to throw something in on life estates. When you get to life estates, we have conditions on estates, okay? You can no longer waste. In a freehold estate, the fee simple absolute, the heir or the posterity, the person who has the estate, they can waste any portion of it they want.
They can do whatever that they want. Press 1. They can say, give me my money. I don't want to be a government no more. Everybody gonna take y'all ass home. Guess what? I'm gone. That's what they can do. Press 1. That's what they can do. That's what we're talking about here. And I know it's not whack 100 telling you today, but I'm telling you that's the type of power that they have. They can just take it. They can do whatever that they want. They can divide it 50 ways. They can take all their people and move to some whole nother place and do what the hell they supposed to do in life. They can do whatever and leave their ass right there because it's theirs.
They can burn it, shred it,
See?
Throw it away, give it away, anything they want. That's waste, okay? That owner can waste. But when it comes to a life estate,
a leasing person or a person here that was a citizen, yeah, you ain't no wasting.
No. There is no wasting in life estates. No wasting in life estates. You're subject to duties, regulations, and laws. Wonder what kind of a state the 14th Amendment is. Here's a good one.
What page are you on, buddy?
We're on page 80. Some of the authorities, this is the third paragraph down, in an attempt to exactitude. I'm not always good at reading. Okay. Have employed the term fee simple absolute in such a case or in such a way as to set it off as a distinct legal concept. Totally new concept. Thus, it has been stated that an estate in fee simple absolute means a perfect title. It is the entire and absolute interest and property in the land. Interest in the land. Your rights and duties to it are an interest in that. You have no duties, though, in a fee simple absolute, so your privileges, immunities, or everything is an interest in the estate. Difficult to pay one. Page 81. Second sentence, there can be only one estate in fee simple to a particular tract of land.
I don't have to repeat that.
It is an estate of inheritance unlimited in duration, descendable to all the heirs of the owner alike to the remotest generations.
So that's who you're looking for. Right there. That's who you're looking for. Right there. to the ends of the earth forever
And aside
ever.
from the fact that it may be created so as to be defeasible and subject to executory limitations, or granted or devised subject to a condition subsequent, it is with respect to its duration and enjoyment as an interest in property clear of any qualification or condition. It has been defined as an estate of perpetuity, confining an unlimited power of alienation, that or than which no person is capable of having a greater interest. And down at the bottom in the footnote, you will see that an estate which must be a fee simple is absolute, complete, and self-sufficient. An estate which must be nourished or kept alive by the grantee is obviously conditional or qualified or limited. This element of insecurity implicit in the grant impairs the totality and permanency of the estate.
This is the 14th. Now you gonna see within the 14th Amendment, you gonna see every one of your plights right there. Every one of your plights is right in the 13th and 14th Amendment that you suffering from. Hit the like button and subscribe. There should be over 230 likes on this video.
And such an estate is not a fee simple. Insecurity.
See? And securities.
Are you feeling insecurity with your estate?
That is the effect of the 14th, is what she's alluding to. And she's trying to creep her demonic self in by way of some false struggle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay.
If we had our estate, we would not be feeling insecure.
You see? Now, she know they been secure this whole time because they from a whole nother place. This is you. If you had your stuff and had your estate and your benefit, would you be feeling insecure? That is the question to you.
And insecurity is running rampant
Can't trust
in this
nobody.
country amongst people.
Just you.
Heavy insecurities. Not trusting the other person, not trusting your brother.
See? Blood, Crip, GD, folk. Here we go.
Your sister.
Right there. This one, this frat, this fraternity, this witch club, this one, this Christian, this one. Come on.
Blaming everything on someone else.
Right there. You already know. My mama said. You already know.
He did it. Republicans did it. No, the Democrats did it. No, the Latins did it. The Spanish did it. The Mexicans did it. The black people did it. The white people did it. The Koreans did it. Somebody else did it. Nobody is taking responsibility.
See?
They don't know who did it.
They don't know who did it.
They have absolutely no idea
They have. You don't even know.
what's going on. Oh, let's see. Use possession. On page 83 in estates, it brings up the use and possession of.
You don't know. It's hitting you on a political level. It's hitting you when you caught up in your emotions, paying attention to one thing. They passing something, legislation, to keep you in this position right up there at the right up there at the Senate, the House of Representatives. Yeah, when they was passing the 94 crime bill, this is what they were doing at the time. Revising the estate and giving you and nourishing you with dope and crack programs. And you had no idea, and people didn't have no idea. They just thought they was in a drug infested. And they thought they just coming up with these crack programs. And no, that's called reimbursement. Because they drugged you up. Now you need help. This has to happen for them to stay in charge of the estate. You need to stay stupid, uneducated, illegal, a criminal to be under the 13th and 14th Amendment, where they have complete jurisdiction over you. Press 1. Complete jurisdiction. That means every day you wake up, you looking over your shoulder, just like Deuteronomy saying about it. Because you're unlawful. You out of order. You're a criminal. You doing things that's criminal. You talk like one. You act like one. You is one when you with your criminal homies.
Property constitutes a gift. Let's see.
So you a slave off top. And if you go into the 13th Amendment, you will know why you lose constitutional right when you become a jailbird, a slave. You go right up into, you forfeit all authority. You know this. You should know this. It's the why, fam.
Oh, we have the metaphysical concept of title.
Look, metaphysical concept of title. Press 1. Y'all ready? Look at your neighbor and say,
not like this.
this is the
Not
best
like
part.
this.
Y'all be thinking I'm talking. See, because y'all in the metaphysical. Y'all dead. So let's go to the metaphysical concept of title. Come on, daughter of Confederate.
I like that word metaphysical. You know,
Sachetta, listen, Chanetta.
for a long time I thought metaphysical meant
Yeah, me too. I thought it meant woo. Why were all my people stuck, white lady? But tell them what it is.
I didn't understand.
That's
you know,
right.
until my good friend said metaphysical means thinking.
It means thinking like Kev Gills do. So I'm in the metaphysical all the damn time, thinking and solving these equations with mathematical positions, not with all this mythological malarkey y'all be talking about. Press 1. I'm more metaphysical than you then. Press 1. It always come back to me being better than you, Sachetta.
Thinking? Thought process.
Thought process.
Yeah, I like that word. I can understand thinking. It seems like that's all I ever do.
Not wishful thinking, not daydreaming.
Yes, I believe so. I'm
Thinking
passing on to
creates
more
imagination.
pages. Okay,
Press
exception
1.
to...
Now that's why I say we on the magic school bus. That mean I'm gonna have your ass thinking on a whole nother level. Press 1. Your ass gonna be thinking like we on a ship going backwards. We're on a boat, but it's really a school bus full of ghetto people, and we never graduated. Nothing. Press 1. That's what thinking does, nigga. Thinking to have a butterfly in the sky. Press 1. I could go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. A reading rainbow. Bruh. Listen to her.
The rule, reservation of the grantor. Here, we must understand exceptions. Okay, on page 90.
I know how to teach y'all.
The common law rule requiring words of inheritance in a conveyance to pass a fee simple was subject to many well-established exceptions. Thus, although it was usually held that words of inheritance were necessary to establish a fee in a grant containing a reservation in favor of the grantor, because a reservation is technically speaking a regrant of the property, no words of inheritance were necessary to establish an exception in
It wasn't even needed. All only thing was needed was, oh, this your kid? Oh, we just gonna regrant the property. All right, we up out of here. Good looking. We wasn't really no real. You feel me? So everybody's leasing and buying for the usage of their lifetime, not being able to pass anything down to their children. You know, that was an alienated form of, only immigrants who couldn't have rights to the estate lived that way, which everybody in America lived that way now. But 100 years ago, or 150 years ago, really just heirs of the estate had it to where, you know, they'll just be landlords. You ever rent a house or something and the landlord only come by once every so often just to check up on you, see how things are in the Tesla and something? Press 1 just to see and water the grass and see what's going on. Hey, Bobby, right there. You swore you owned the house until he come. Press 1.
In favor of the grantor, since an exception excluded from a conveyance that which would otherwise pass. Now, in the Constitution, the Fifth Amendment and certain things are exceptions. That power that was reserved to the people is an exception. Okay, now exceptions are very important when it comes to the estate. Okay, even though they put words of inheritance in here, okay, there is still found exceptions in the body of the Constitution outside of here. And we must find those exceptions at time. In the Fifth Amendment, you were reserved. This is, by the way, this is where liberty is in the Fifth Amendment. I had a couple pages of index on the Constitution, what is found where. Liberty is only found in the Fifth Amendment. That was interesting. Let's see, blessings, where is it? There, nowhere in the Constitution is found domestic tranquility. There is no corporate power to administrate domestic tranquility.
So there is no corporation even capable of administering what? What does she mean by that?
Yet it's in the preamble. It's part of the estate. It's supposed to exist. Obviously, we're not getting our domestic tranquility these days, but yet it is part of the estate and is not listed anywhere or even under any subject of the remainder of the Constitution.
Why?
And liberty is only found in the Fifth Amendment. Now, the common defense and everything, all these other words, common defense, general welfare, that is enormous, and that is what they're administrating under the corporate Mort Main jurisdiction.
And it's going straight into war and
but several
military-industrial complex, what they call
being administrated under corporate function. It's kind of nice to know that they have something they can't administrate. So when I write to them, I'd like to have my domestic tranquility as part of the estate. Now, am I going too slow or too fast for most of you? Am I doing okay? All right. Oh, here's a good one. It's page 91, up at the top. It says
you've been filling out W-2s. They was filling out W-2s before you were even born. It's not the effect, it's the cause you're looking for. You're talking about the effect. The effect is you're filling out W-2s. That means you didn't diagnose the issue. The issue is going back to the core, sir. Mr. Easy O Mind is going back to the initial. When was this Social Security and all of this stuff put into so-called law, in which the recipients of World War I and II, which you guys start following,
grant to the government or a subdivision thereof as for the use of the United States forever contains sufficient words to vest an absolute fee simple. Now I want you to just pigeonhole this idea of a grant to the government, okay? In the United States, the common law rule requiring words of inheritance in a conveyance to pass a fee simple has never been applied to a conveyance to a trustee. The estate taken by a trustee is measured by the duties he is required to perform. Like the articles. And the exigencies of the trust, and not by the presence or absence of words of inheritance. But yet there they are, still there. Hence, in any particular grant to a trustee of a fee simple title is necessary to the performance of the trust, a fee simple passes even though the word heirs was not used in the conveyance. Contrary rule is obtained in England, however. So the articles are the duties of the trustees in this estate. Supposed to have gold and silver, all those good things, as money.
Boom. So when they robbed you and when they said the stock market crashed, they robbed you. See, they robbed the estate, which offset all of their duties because it was a major loss, a major peril. Wow. It didn't offset the treaties. It offset the legality of the payback. It was kind of like a forgiven loan or a forgiven debt, per se, where the corporation can say, well, everything was taken, everything was lost and stolen, and the stock market crashed, and we can help you. Press 1. But it was a robbery. That's the only thing it can be, is a grand theft autos type of heist where all of the gold and silver is stolen. Press 1. It's stolen at one point in time. It could have been on a damn Titanic. It could have been on any damn thing looking back in history. But it's something to where all of it was stolen and caused a fiat currency at that time to boom, be more in demand than anything. You get the money, you get the diamonds, you get the gold, you get the names, and you place them under a debt bondage they would never be able to get themselves out of because they are the collateral. When then they flood the whole entire area full of their people, immigrants with their own status. So their people will go from being black to white. Status. That's incredible. That's incredible, G. That, like I said, the mid 1800s, 1900s to mid. That was just, you can't deny this.
That's a duty of the trustee. Very interesting. Gold and silver is the trust fund, the money. Okay, if that's the money in this estate, what is a Federal Reserve note? Who is the Federal Reserve note for?
The Federal Reserve note is a breach of trust. You must do away with the fiat currency because that's the bankers' hold on you. That's their monopoly money, and that's their hold over you, right there. So make sure we write this down, those of you who that's in my thinking club, and keep this type of information. The Federal Reserve note is not the breach. You remember, this didn't come into play until after Lincoln was so-called shot in the head. Before that, remember? What's the story? Well, it all happened at this right here. Federal Reserve Act. This is all breach of trust. So now George Washington means everything. Finding out who this is means everything. Now, see, you're not just saying, oh, we enslaved. No, you now know there's a trust. Now you know there's a breach of trust. Language is everything. There's a breach of trust, and their fiat currency is the breach of trust. It is a debt note.
Yeah, but
because you withdrawn from the estate. That's how they were able to get over on us. They're withdrawing from the gold and silver, the gold standard. You see that? They're withdrawing from your own estate. Well, Washington's estate. You see? If you know history, you would know what you got to get back to and what you're stuck in. It ain't just the Illuminati did this and they're going off in rocket ships to planets. It's not. Don't confuse the world. It ain't even that way. Stay focused on this. The breach of trust. And who are we looking at? The trust busters. Roosevelt. And why do you think I'm saying those are all Russians? Those are all Germans. You don't even know who these people are. Well, what the importance of us breaking down that, because you got to understand when this came into play, the Federal Reserve Act, and who breached the trust. Press 1. Do you understand? She's giving us the answers to the shit. Who breached the trust? Well, the trust busters. McKinley, William Howard Taft, Theodore Roosevelt. Press 1. Hitler ran off with the gold. Remember? Where did it end up? Swiss banks. That's crazy. So did you. That's crazy. You end up way over there in Europe somewhere. They got the whole crown running around. The queen just passed away. That's a whole stolen legacy. That's because they started that whole operation off your trust, off the trust. That's why. They talking about that diamond came from Africa or Asia or Hindu. It all came from the trust. All of it. It's a stolen monarch. It's a stolen patriarch. It's a stolen matriarch. Everything is stolen. All from the King George and Queen Elizabeth. It all derives from there.
That's a name. What's the thing? We're looking for the things that the Constitution creates, not the name. 14th Amendment is another estate.
They created an estate.
It's a separate estate.
It's a sub-estate, if you will. The only aspect of the 14th Amendment that is lawful, a sub-estate. Look what they did. It created them. That's why.
It is a life estate. It is
what I call a lease estate. You got to renew it.
an estate created under the estate.
It's an estate created under, it's the straw man estate. It's the milking estate. It is, oh my goodness.
If I own a fee simple absolute big chunk of land and I wanted to maintain control of half of it or 3/4 of it, and yet
3/4,
give maybe a quarter, sell a quarter, convey a quarter to someone else, but still get
which is why he's on the quarter.
it back,
See?
I'd create a different estate, a life estate. You can have that estate until such and such time, and if you die or the conditions aren't met, I get it back.
See? And then, wasn't we just talking about the law of redemption? Wasn't we just talking about the law of redemption? Let's go.
So I create another estate.
So what they did was
That's
to
what's
not
happened.
honor
Another
the
estate has been-
Jubilee is they've created another estate. Which you must always be placed in that state of mind when they need to renew the contract.
Created.
Which is a perilous state. A peril state.
On page 207, the non-payment of taxes. Ooh, my. Now we're discussing a life tenant here. The mere refusal of the life tenant to pay taxes is...
This is George Washington. Now you paying taxes. That's why they was in charge of all that. When the first coins was made out of real minerals, from copper to silver and gold. Okay. It didn't become anything else until these people came and started stealing it and turned your shit into foods, coins.
Not where there has been no actual sale for taxes, a ground for forfeiture of the life estate at the suit of the remainderman. Next underlined portion. Under some statutes, non-payment of taxes by a life tenant is regarded as committing waste, justifying forfeiture
of the home. It's called, what is it called? She just put it up there.
If I own a fee simple absolute big chunk of land and I wanted to maintain control of half of it or 3/4 of it, and yet give maybe a quarter, sell a quarter, convey a quarter to someone else, but still get it back, I'd create a different estate, a life estate. You can have that estate until such and such time, and then if you die or the conditions aren't met, I get it back. So I create another estate. That's what's happened. Another estate has been created. On page 207, the non-payment of taxes. Ooh, my. Now we're discussing a life tenant here. The mere refusal of the life tenant to pay taxes is not where there has been no actual.
This is the immigrant here. This is the alien. This is everyone who gets here and don't want to pay taxes.
Sale for taxes is a ground for forfeiture of the life estate at the suit of the remainderman. Next underlined portion. Under some statutes, non-payment of taxes by a life tenant is regarded as committing waste, justifying forfeiture of his estate. Well, they're not going to have you forfeit your 14th Amendment estate, so they just put you in jail.
Shame. Shame.
They need your estate.
Shame.
Press 1, so you're going to forfeit your right. Just like I said, every person, black person, forfeits their right. I told you. They're going to put you in jail. No, you're going to forfeit your right to use. That's what you're going to do. And we're going to take your name, you're going to give you a number, and that's all you forfeited. You ever forfeit anything in your life? Oh, you ain't gonna get this until after we finna put you in a box. Press 1. They put you in jail.
You've committed waste. Now you're subject to certain laws and conditions.
Feel me? You just spend your money on stupid things. You just commit waste. Press 1. Why do you think all the so-called black leaders say, we spend the most money, and they're just admitting openly that we commit waste and we deserve nothing. We deserve to be ruled over because we commit waste. That's all that they're saying. I'm giving you the words. Those are your Masons and all those people who want control over you. That's what their secret code is saying over you is we spend the most money on Louis Vuitton and the white man and this. What they're saying is you commit waste. We black and we commit waste. We black and we commit waste. That's what they're saying openly. So they need to be slapped up, fuck up, first of all. But in reality, you just need to wait to F up, and not commit waste and take your power back. That's the main thing of this university is getting us to realize how important it is to take your power, identify what it is, and take it back. Identify what the power is and take it back. If the power lies at the Supreme Court in the country in which you and your forefathers founded, by God, go get it then. We on a new level. Press 1.
Okay, as a 14th Amendment citizen, a life tenant, you're committing waste.
Now let me go to a caller. Let me see what they want. Let me see what they talking about here. Hold on, caller. Let me see if we can get a good call on today. And see if we can get a person in here with some sense. If not, we'll try again later. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
The YouTube channel to the video is Simon Says. Simon Said.
I don't understand what?
That's against the law. Even in old common law, it was against the law. So you see, we're at the common law, but yet we can't get to the common law. It's a paradox. The common law we want to get to is up here.
Told you.
Way up here, but yet we're still at the effect of the common law.
Told you. Where it's at? Kevin Gillespie knows where it is. That's what I'm telling you. You in a great classroom with me, because I know where it is. I may not know completely the right words, but I know the person, place, and thing. I know the who, what, where, when, and why. I mean, I'm only getting better. You feel me? And I think that we all should know what it is.
You're subject to certain laws and conditions. Okay, as a 14th Amendment citizen, a life tenant, you're committing waste. That's against the law. Even in old common law, it was against the law. So you see, we're at the common law, but yet we can't get to the common law.
You're at the common law, but yet you can't get to the common law. Why? Because we fooling around, paying attention to criminals. And then Kev comes and tell us we cut off from the law. What law, Kev? Common law. You're right. That's what. Because we city boys and we don't really pay attention. And because we country boys and we got all this internal conflict and pain and all this other shit we grew up with, we're not paying attention. Common law. You take you to the Supreme Court, sir.
It's a paradox. The common law we want to get to is up here.
Up there.
Way up here, but yet we're still at the effect of the common law because it's still hovering over us. They've just diminished our estates and we didn't know about it.
See? It's still hovering over you. They just diminished your state and you didn't know. You don't know about it.
Have not been informed. Full disclosure did not take place. If it did, it certainly wasn't in my civics class. Now, under life estates, there are remainders. Okay, if I have a home in a life estate, I have to keep that home up in good condition for the remainders, whoever buys it, whoever gets it after me. A frequently stated rule on page 220, a frequently stated rule is that the remainder must be created by the same instrument which creates the life estate. In the ancestor, in order for the rule of Shelley's case to apply. Now, the rule of Shelley's case is long and drawn out, but it's a highly important rule. Under this rule, a will and codicil are considered one and the same instrument. Okay? It has been stated that the limitation to the heirs may be made by a power of appointment contained in the same instrument. So the rule in Shelley's case is important, and I'm not going to go into it because we have right here quite a bit to go through without going into everything I read and learned. Now we're getting to the point of codicil and will. Okay, all of a sudden that has popped up into our little picture. We're not quite sure where it fits, or even if it does fit, it might belong to some other puzzle, so we're going to sit it over here temporarily. And now we come to American Jurisprudence 2D, which is volume 23, Dedication to Desertion and Non-Support. But we're going to be looking up deeds. We're going to find out what a deed is. You see, all of these things that are very important when we're looking at a trust, at a use, we have to look at what is a will, what is a trust, what is a deed. because deeds start coming in, and so do grants, and so that everything can come into proper perspective. Okay. So in deeds, what if I was wrong? What if this was a deed? Actually, it is. Okay, it is.
Wait a minute.
Popped up into our little picture. We're not quite sure where it fits, or even if it does fit, it might belong to some other puzzle, so we're going to sit it over here temporarily. And now we come to American Jurisprudence 2D, which is volume 23, Dedication to Desertion and Non-Support. But we're going to be looking up deeds. We're going to find out what a deed is. You see, all of these things that are very important when we're looking at a trust, at a use,
and at its destruction is to have these little words, knowing what a breach is. So our trust, the trust was breached with fiat currency in what year? It should automatically start connecting major dots.
We have to look at what is a will, what is a trust, what is a deed, because deeds start coming in, and so do grants, and so that everything can come into proper perspective. Okay, so in deeds, what if I was wrong? What if this was a deed? Actually, it is. Okay, it is a trust. Everything, it all comes in. Up at the top here, grant is a synonym of conveyance. Do you remember back when Mr. Baldwin said it was a grant?
Can you let us know what page you're on?
82.
82. 82.
You missed that one. Remember Mr. Baldwin, the Justice Baldwin, said that the Constitution was a grant? I do believe I read that. Right here in deeds, it says, grant is a synonym of conveyance. So now Blackacre has been conveyed. We now know it is a grant. Okay, and we find this under deeds, so obviously it is a trust deed.
See how she connected all that? That's going back 20 minutes. We were talking about Black Rock and all that other stuff. Talking about the land itself, but
doesn't have to be, but it is. This is very flexible, folks, unlike the law we know today. We can take the word deed out and still say this is a trust without the word deed in there. Somebody brings a grant in, okay, it's a grant too. Yes, it's a trust, it's a deed. There are things that it is not, but there are many things that it is. Assignments. Section 5. The term assignment, which signifies the act by which one person transfers to another or causes to vest in another his right of property or interest therein, is sometimes used synonymously with grant. Again.
Bam. See? Sometimes used synonymously with grant. A conveyance of what? Thank you, people in the back.
so as to operate as a conveyance of the title to real property.
I told you. They robbed us, G. They robbed you, bro. They robbed you right here. And this is the language, class. This is the language. This is the language this is the right place. You know, people talk about they want to, the black man or the white man. This isn't about none of that shit. This ain't about none of that. This is a total breach of trust.
Is ordinarily limited in its application to the transfer of intangible rights, including those in action and rights in or connected with property, as distinguished from the property itself.
So they confiscated you and your land. It's intangible anyway, so it don't matter. You and your property is confiscated. You going to jail. Most of the people who were in the Tulsa, Oklahomas and those massacres back then went to internment camps in the first place. Press 1.
The term assignment, unlike the term deed, does not signify an instrument under seal, and at common law, if not under seal, it was not sufficient to pass legal title to real property.
Now, what is that? What is under seal? What is under seal? Well, that goes back to the grantor. The grantor is the seal. The grantor is the seal. And a lot of y'all there it is right there. Brittany already know it. So the name is the seal. We went over. See, this is the thing. They busted down the name. So they broke in the seal, G. They broke in the trust. That's crazy. We were just talking about this.
This document is a document under seal. Oh, then we have mention of wills down at the bottom on page 83. Under deeds in Amjor, we have wills. Okay? Whether an instrument is a deed or a will depends primarily on its operation and not on its form or manner of execution. The essential characteristic of a testamentary interest is that it operates only upon and by reason of the death of the maker. During his lifetime, it is ambulatory and revocable. Hence, the maker, by its execution, parts with no right and divests himself of no oh God, this is getting different. Modicum. Modicum, how do you pronounce that word? Modicum? Modicum, okay. Of his estate. See, I'm not all-knowing. Even though you might think I am. After you know what I know, you're going to be a know-it-all too. It is fundamental, on the other hand, in order that an instrument may be operative as a deed, that it pass a present interest, although it is not necessary that the grantee take a present estate in the property conveyed accordingly. This is defining deeds and wills. On the operation, what was the primary operation of the Constitution? Besides, the Founding Fathers did not have testamentary capacity. The Statute of Wills says that. But now we're segueing into, we're bringing in a little bit of will stuff because we're going to find out that the 14th Amendment creates a codicil. It is a codicil. The Founding Fathers are obviously dead, folks. They must be dead because everybody is taking under a codicil and looks like a will. Part of our document. It's segued. They must have died. We're going to find out that the 14th Amendment is, you make an election to literally take under a will. Page 90. Deeds are traditionally regarded as consisting of a number of formal parts. The first of which is known as the premise. The premise of a deed, sometimes designated the caption, embrace matters preceding the habendum clause. such as the recitals of the grantor, intention and motives for his deed, the names, designations, and descriptions of the parties, etc., etc., the conditions expressed for the deed, words of grant, and the description of the property conveyed. Okay. Yeah, it defines it. It defines the property conveyed. The Constitution appears to have a habendum and all these things that are in deeds. Okay. We're looking at the construction of the instrument. This is how the Supreme Court looks at things.
Boom.
Words of grant on page 91. In order to transfer title, an instrument must contain apt words of grant, which manifest the grantor's intent to make a present conveyance of the land by his deed as distinguished from an intention to convey it at some future time. This showed no desire to do it in a future period of time. This was right then, there, and now.
Always now.
Always now. Oh, and down here in the bottom in section 20, although words of inheritance such as to the and his heirs and assigns forever are no longer necessary to pass a fee simple, the use of such words strengthens the reading of a deed to pass a fee simple title. Okay, so they strengthened even today, and not to amalgamum of lesser states. Addendum, let's see, word covenant. Page 575. This comes from Amjor 2D again. You will find this under covenants. Covenants, conditions, etc. We have a covenant here. There is a covenant sitting right in here. Insure and secure.
The Constitution is a covenant. Honor the covenant. Honor the contract. Honor the deal. That's crazy.
Those words are words of guarantee, insurance.
That's right. Which is why the preamble is so assurant, is so important, and the right is and sovereignty of the nation and its people is so important. This is why.
The term covenant in its wide sense is used to indicate a contract, while the more specific application
Contract with the trustees for them to do a job as a servant would for a master.
of the term
Boom.
imports an agreement deduced to writing and duly executed, whereby one or more of the parties named therein engages that a named act is already performed or is to be performed sometime in the future. A covenant may also call for the performance or non-performance of some specified duty, and may constitute an agreement to do or not to do a particular act. Is that in the Constitution?
Yes.
We have a covenant.
That's a moral obligation.
The term covenant is now used primarily in connection with promises, in conveyances or other instruments pertaining to real estate. You know it says now, but not then. Then this was a covenant. A Again, a
Even
covenant.
the covenant God had with Abraham, get it? Abraham was to give what? All of his descendants what? His descendants land or something, right? Something to that effect.
A covenant at common law imports an instrument under seal. We have a covenant. Duration of covenant on the next page, 577 of Amjor. A covenant is therefore extinguished when the estate ceases. We are in imminent danger. Wouldn't you say so? This is still on the books. It's still in black and white. It has not openly been repealed.
Now, did you hear that? When the estate ceases, the estate is in place. They're still feeding off the estate. You're still here, of course.
But I have a very sneaking suspicion that our government is going to take our estate away from us or in black and white, or out of black and white, whatever way you want to say it. We are in imminent danger. We don't know what we have been arguing and fighting for until now. We can now look into the future. Okay, page 584. Let's see, second sentence. A covenant is viewed as implied in nature when its existence is inferred by legal construction from the use of certain words and phrases. Certain words and phrases. Insure and secure. These words are very important because they have a legal meaning. Every word in this document has a legal meaning when it comes to estates and when it comes to the construction of the written instrument itself. All the power of the entire Constitution is right here, not elsewhere. Because this created the corporate function. This created the trust function. This gave all of it power.
So it's kind of like an invisible puppet kind of running the show, running the facade of a kingdom, because you're kind of being... I mean, it's kind of tough to say. I don't know if we were put in asylums for this reason or what the fuck was going on at the time, but they've taken over the trust, the land. All this is still dealing with the Homestead Act and free land for everybody type of thing. So it's one thing to like know history, but to know it was your people who was done this way creates another, a reason why you should be, kind of focused on this type of information.
Page 585, second paragraph for, let's see. Implied covenants can arise and will prevail only where there is no exception on the subject matter of the implied covenant. This is something you should look into at your leisure. Implied covenants still count. Even if those words are implied, they count. On the next page, 592, reflects upon the 14th Amendment, the marked area. At common law, no person may claim the benefit of any covenant or condition except where he is a party or privy thereto. As a 14th Amendment citizen, you are not party or privy there to this estate.
As a citizen, 14th Amendment citizen, you are not privy. Do you get reparation? No. Do you get anything? No. Do you get anything? No, because they're holding, you're not liable. You're not able. You're a citizen. Remember? So you're playing, first of all, you're a black American citizen at that. So they know the legal jargon of how not to get it to you. But Mr. Gillespie here knows it's in me blood, mate. Press 1. They just playing legal words, and you agree because words, it's words. If a motherfucker right, he right. Unless words meant many things. In law and regular speech and real estate law and all.
So therefore you cannot claim the covenant. You are barred from it.
You're barred from the covenant. You barred. So the lawyers are put over you. You're barred. So the Bar Association, the Lords of London and Europe is put over you. Your whole race need a lawyer.
Implied covenants still count. Even if those words are implied, they count. On the next page, 592, reflects upon the 14th Amendment, okay, the marked area. At common law, no person may claim the benefit of any covenant or condition except where he is a party or privy thereto. As a 14th Amendment citizen, you are not party or privy there to this estate, so therefore you cannot claim the covenant.
That's right. You want a story. You want money for slavery. Nuh-uh. I want mine for broken trust. Press 1. And all those who know what I'm talking about, that's bigger than any false story of slavery or reparation could ever give me. The fact of my right and dignity as the heirs of freedom and liberty. Press 1. We should all have that on our mind over some falsehood of some reparation. A nigga give you a PPP loan application. You want reparation or a PPP loan? 95% of these niggas is taking the PPP loan and they going to jail because they lied on the application. Press 1. I just witnessed it. You would take PPP loans over reparation. Y'all let the thugs and the criminals use PPP scams on y'all to press 1. I'm going after something greater. Something that I am privy to. Press 1. And you should be as well. Not just typing it or nothing like that. I mean, really putting your mind and wrapping your mind around this language and this thought process.
We're barred from it.
I mean, the metaphysical.
Are you getting to understand why we're having a little frustration in court? We're having a lot of this. Page 594, section 23 of covenants. The benefit of a covenant that runs with the land descends to the heirs. And they, as well as devices and covenantees, are entitled to enforce such a covenant unless an evident intention is manifest to confine it to the covenantee. In the event a real covenant is breached, then it descends to the heirs. The latter may institute appropriate legal action to.
Now you see why we call the Latter-day Saints. Press 1. So if there's a breach of trust, it goes through the what? Through the heirs are coming on the clouds. Press 1. It goes through the heirs. That means, does it go to the Taquisha? No. Does Taquisha benefit? Hell yeah. Because Taquisha knows it runs through people who look like her. Press 1. Dante. Even though Dante is fucked up. Press 1. Dante sees himself in greatness. That's why. Does that mean you get $1 billion damn dollars? No, that means you get right and sovereignty and a nice beneficiary package that goes along with what they've done to you and your forefathers as well, including your life estates that was taken from you. Your name, they're all on the doll's rolls and given life estates. The royal crown stolen and given to Rothschilds and Rothenbergers. Press 1. So everybody's in it. especially if you Afro-American. I mean, there's Dickersons, there's Smiths, there's Johnsons, there's Williams, there's this ones. There's all type of noble men and women in the nation. That's for sure. For sure. Press one. I'm just telling you, they just stole from you like they stole from me. That's all I'm saying. They stole from you like they stole from me. They stole from your family like they stole from mine. That's all I'm saying. And we got their ass. When did they establish the breach of trust? Huh? With the fiat currency. Now, who does it goes through? It goes to the heirs. The heirs of what? Washington. It's only about kinsmen. That's who you looking for right there. A person that has the ability to salvage you and save the nation. That's what the black man is head of state, Chris Rock, goofy ass, was doing. They know what they got to do. It's going to be a silly person, comedic style, come out of nowhere. That they made a movie about it. Press one. Them old goofy ass American. So I'm saying the evidence is right here. That's why I stopped playing with it, because I started to see like, whoa, this is further than anybody's ever gone right here. This is more fun too, because it's like, wait a minute. Isn't like we were all like, yes, all in different sectors, of course, but yes. And the throne is of your nation. The greenbacks put out by Lincoln, of course. Lincoln had to be a part of the same family as well. He was shot in the back of the head. Press one. And then everything happened. So that goes to show you, something big has been going on over the last 2-3 years. And I think it's time we start, diving in a little bit.
Recover damages for such breach.
Now he can redeem you. This guy here.
No person may claim the benefit of any covenant or condition except where he is a party or privy thereto.
So I can't even claim certain privileges because I'm not even I got my own shit, press one, which makes this a unique situation. That goes back to what Said was talking about, like, damn, it has to be a volunteer thing. The salvager can't even be about the money, because he just can't. It has to be a volunteer, done out the kindness of his heart type of thing.
As a 14th Amendment citizen, you are not party or privy there to this estate, so therefore you cannot claim the covenant. You are barred from it.
You are barred and cut off. Can a criminal go to the Supreme Court? Press one. Can a criminal go to the Supreme Court? Can I know that was a simple question. I know, but I gotta say, some of the simplest things is like, wait a minute. No, a criminal cannot go to the Supreme Court. A criminal faced with a criminal legality that he finds is very thin. It's a very thin situation. Small technicality that may get seen by the Supreme Court. Yes, but criminals per se cannot be. At the Supreme Court, you got warrants. But a person who's being charged with a crime and convicted, they can possibly have action at a Supreme Court level if there is certain technicalities. Not saying that, but for the most part, no. That's the thing about it. Very rare.
Are you getting to understand why we're having a little frustration in court?
I know more. I know Mr. Moore. I know the OGs out there. Yeah, actually, my homeboy was over there right there. Press 1. That's why I had to address it that way. I knew it was some OGs out there that know. You well, actually, young punk, it is a way. Press 1. But guess what? You're right. There is. They got action, but it's been whoo. He'll tell us about it when he come back from court, how that went, OG. He'll tell us about it. But look, you like this woman said, you ever wonder why we have such a problem in court? Because we've been barred from the supreme aspect of law. That's why most of us just take plea deals in Hey, Moore, you like that one? I hit low the bell on that. We'll see him when he come back from court. Hopefully, could work out. I'm traumatized by the hood. I'm just sorry, y'all. So many fucking stories. It's crazy. But damn. But like she just said, we're barred. So being barred, so many people don't know the law, have issues. They just take the plea deals and all that. All that comes as part of the process.
I'm having a lot of this. Page 594, section 23 of covenants. The benefit of a covenant that runs with the land descends to the heirs. And
the benefit of the covenant that runs through the lands descends from the heir. You got it? The benefit. Now, did you, like, I really want y'all to understand what that means. Okay? We were just talking about the benefit package, but here we go.
Understand why we're having a little frustration in court. I'm having a lot of this. Page 594, section 23 of covenants. The benefit of a covenant that runs with the land descends to the heirs.
Facts. And if God made us from the dust, our forefathers from the dust of this land, where does it descend from? So when they took the king, press 1, but we'll get to that. It descends through the heirs, y'all. That may sound familiar to a lot of people who read the Bible, talking about the Lord is coming on the clouds and stuff like that. This is all because that's how King James and John and George and all of these, that's how it's written. That's how they spoke back then. It's the same lingo. You get it? Don't let nobody knock you off your square. Press 1. It's the same lingo. The people of that time wrote in the scripture is the same. This is the same lingo. The law, legal matters, and your spiritual identity pertaining to the land. The man is tied to the land in scripture and here in America. That's why you cannot be deported. You're the only nation of people because you're Adam. That's why. I'm gonna tell you the truth because you're Adam. That's why. You the one who keep fucking up over and over and over again. That's why. Adam, man. That's you, Adam. Steady trying to get it right. Convicted by God, but steady trying to get it right. You stand charged, but steady trying to get it right, bro. You feel me? That's you.
And they, as well as devices and covenantees, are entitled to enforce such a covenant unless an evident intention is manifest to confine it to the covenantee. In the event a real covenant is breached, then it descends to the heirs. The latter may institute appropriate legal action.
Now, who may take? The latter may take. Now, who took legal matters to steal your identity? The Latter-day Saints. They've already admitted that. Everybody knows they did some falsehoods to steal names and things of this nature.
To recover damages for such breach. However, if the covenant is personal, it remains with the covenantee or his executor or administrator. It does not descend to the heir. Try to go through this. On page 617 of Covenants and Condition, 20 Amjur 2D, Section 45, breach of covenants generally. The broad rule is that a covenant or condition is broken by any single omission of duty or any act that contravenes the provisions of the agreement entered into between the parties.
So, okay. So it's already a done deal. It's already a done deal anyway. It's a done deal anyway. You know why? Because our gold and silver was stolen. King George's gold was. This specific family, everything was stolen. Everything is in black and white. There's no denying this when you are a kinsman or salvager or any of that nature. You can be a student going back and realizing, wait a minute. All they have to do is prove that it was a breach of trust. Yeah. That's it. It shows that they breached the trust. And, yeah.
We have a breach of covenant. This is what we entered into. A breach of contract. And it has now been broken by
Remember
many...
I told y'all the French broke the contract, the Treaty of Peace?
acts of omission and duties toward this covenant. Not toward the 14th Amendment, but toward this specific one.
But this specific one. Not the so-called subhuman one, the real dog. Not man and mankind, no, the real one.
Page 629, we're discussing paramount titles. This is a paramount title. Okay. 14th Amendment citizenship is in a state of inferior title. We're going to find that out.
Told you. They claim we inferior. So why the fuck these devils fear us? I'm watching my nation die genocide the cause. You know, if we inferior, so why the fuck these devils? Because you are the bigger trust. That's the that's why. And they didn't get told by the federal government they was being used by the bankers to play the sub trust and the beneficiaries of that estate.
The mere existence of a paramount title which has never been asserted generally does not amount to a constructive eviction. We've got to assert these titles, okay, which will support an action for breach of a general covenant of warranty. Or, as the rule is sometimes stated, there can be no recovery in an action for breach of the covenant if the paramount title has not been hostilely asserted. So we're going to have to hostilely assert our paramount titles. Section 59, where the paramount title is in a governmental entity. Where the paramount outstanding title is in a government, this fact of itself constitutes such a constructive eviction as amounts to a breach of the covenant of warranty. Now, wasn't that nice of them to put that right there in black and white? So they have breached the covenant, they have breached the covenant of warranty, evicting us. We're just going to have to go back and assert our titles again. A grantee by warranty deed executed by a private person to lands owned by the United States cannot take possession without becoming a wrongdoer. Here's your allodial titles. And hence his right of action accrues immediately to recover for a breach of this warranty. and is not dependent on eviction or any future event, but under a statute providing that a warranty in actual possession of the premises conveyed shall have no right of action on a covenant of warranty until the party threatening the warranty's possession shall have commenced an action to obtain possession. We'll stop right there. Okay, so this is all about the breach of warranties and the covenants. Now, the next section is wills, but before I get to that, I want to read a definition out of Webster's 1828 dictionary of fee simple. Okay, because the question has arisen that fee was feudal, etc., and that it wasn't an allodial title. Okay. We'll skip some of this. Let's see. It's deduced from Saxon cattle, property, and fee, or primarily a loan of land, an estate in trust. Fee simple absolute, an estate in trust, granted by a prince or lord to be held by the grantee on condition of personal service or other condition. I'm not too sure what the conditions are on the estate here that we have. And if the grantee or tenant failed to perform the conditions, the land reverted to the lord or donor, called the landlord or the landlord. In America, where lands are not generally held of a superior, a fee or fee simple is an estate in which the owner has the whole property without any condition annexed to the tenure. In the United States, an estate in fee or fee simple is what is called in English law an allodial estate, an estate held by a person in his own right and descendable to the heirs in general.
Now you get a better sense. All this is coming from the 1828. So this is where you need to be mentally. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air, what up?
What's going on, Kev? Crystal Holland, stop putting all that bullshit in the chat room.
Sir, what do you have to say about the chat? Who are you and what's up? Thank you.
So a fee simple absolute in the United States is a allodial title. We're now going to discussion on wills, because like I said, I was looking to find out what was the Constitution. And the question had come up about the question had come up about what was a 1040? Was it a will? And I have to say I don't believe so. But in researching it, I found a lot of interesting things on will. So we're going to go into that. Pardon me. Okay, page 275 of 79 Amjur 2D on wills. Okay, in there in the second sentence it says, by common law there were but two modes of acquiring title to real estate, namely by descent or by purchase. Where a person takes as heir at law, he takes by descent. But when he takes title to land by his own act or agreement, he is a purchaser.
Wow. So if he takes it by law, he takes it by descent. By descent. Wow. But there's by payment, or reclaimage of payment is a purchaser. Incredible. Let's see if this is somebody who's calling in real quick. See if they got something intelligent to say. Coffee and Kush, you on the air, what up?
Hey, what's up, G? This Sayed from the bungalow. This Sayed from Dallas. This calling me.
What's up, babe?
What's up with it, man? And going on the show that you did the last time and what you're speaking on now, this has been doing research, man. If you just give me time to research on what you've been doing, as far as like these last two shows. When you were mentioning about when the lady was mentioning, yes, from the last show you did, in reference to the Protestants and it was also King James, George Washington Gillespie, as you be speaking on, and you yourself would be like an Anglican Catholic purist.
Wait.
Everything.
So you saying 150 years ago, even we would be, even myself, you said we would be like a what?
Yeah. You showed it. You showed it. The last time you was on, because that's what had me do the research. And like I'm saying, I look at the show and I research off of what you teach. It was on the last show. It was some documents you was showing of George Washington Gillespie. It had the word like Anglican or something like that up in there.
Ah, okay. You talk about that white paper?
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
Yeah. It was some pages that you were showing before you showed the picture. And then the later had mentioned something about a Protestant takeover. You on back will be angry because even George Washington, I just say the Washingtonians and the Jeffersonians and that crew, they were aristocratic republic. The aristocratic republic went against the democratic republic. The aristocratic public, reason I include you and Gillespie, because they went up under that aristocratic republic that believed in everything that you've been speaking on.
Aristocrat.
Now, aristocratic republic.
Go ahead.
The aristocratic republic was up against the democratic republic. Up under the democratic republic, going on everything that you've been speaking on, it was called the extremists or separatists. That made me think of Star Wars, the separatists. The separatists will lead you into that Marxism and everything that you've been speaking on.
The Federalists were like communists.
Exactly.
Gotcha,
Then they took over.
Like Confederate.
Exactly. That's why I said I was thinking of Star Wars. Because you got to think of Anakin when he was talking to that dude that said he was head of the Republic, but he also worked for the separatists when he talked to Count Dooku and people like that. So he also the head of the separatists. So they took over the Democratic Republic. Then once they took over the Democratic Republic, they invaded, because going to what you told us to research last night, the 1800s was called the antebellum period. That's when the Washingtonians was in control, aristocratic republic, and the party they ran up under was the Tory Party. And the Tory Party is attached to, when you were telling us about it, attached to the world, I think it's like the French Revolution or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. And so when King James, going on what the lady is speaking on today, when King James, he granted land to a dude named Calvert. Once Calvert got the land, like I was just trying to explain yesterday, man, but I'll be so nervous on the thing. He granted land called, it was territory, like how you saying, it's different meanings. Territory.
Yeah.
What Canada got up there now. Territory. Within those territories, you can look it up. It was before they were called, they weren't called colonies. It was provinces. That's why Canada got their names up there.
I got you. Yes,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you go from there. Now, if you look it up, it'll say the province of Maryland. It wasn't a colony. It was a province of Maryland until it got taken over by that separatist group who took over the Democratic Party and knocked the aristocrats out. But I just want to sit up there and thank you, man, and then go with them territories. Now, the territories, they said it was a dude named Calvert. Calvert had the territory that he turned into provinces, going on what you were saying. Then there was a dude named, they called him Lord Baltimore. That's how you get Baltimore, Maryland. Just like how the lady is saying, and you've been telling us for the longest, man. That's why I'm thinking right now. It blew my mind. Now,
all of this came afterward.
Now, that's 16. Yes, from King James, the real King James. It was the purists versus the Protestants. That was it. Like how we were the Republican Democrat now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's the aristocrat. I mean, it's the purists and the Protestants. Up under the purists, you have the Anglican, how you pronounce that word, Anglican Catholic. Just like that paper showed, the George Washington Gillespie. King Gillespie. On the Protestant side, that'll what it gets you into all them names. Because some of the names I remember, I may work right, but some of the names I remember is like a dude named Martin Luther, but Lutheranism or something like that. John Calvin, and that
These are like, are these like who they was calling a Protestant?
Yeah, the Protestants. Yeah, the Protestants. Those are the Protestants.
So those are like challengers of the king.
Exactly.
Got you.
Now that even dates back to that. I mean, well, this is going forward. Now you're
that's the real. That's the real Martin Luther right there.
Yeah, the real Martin Luther.
Real
because
Martin Luther.
Ain't it some kind of like Lutheranism or something like that?
Yeah, look, they call them Luther. Somebody just type it in. Lutherans, Calvinists, etc. All of these.
Yeah,
and then Brittany just typed in. She said all of these are Roman Catholic orders. They're all a part of what we were talking about. This Roman offshoot of pure. What was going on over here? Go ahead.
Exactly. I mean, it's everything that you've been saying, man. And that spins off to everything that we hear about today. You name it, it falls up under that Protestant. Now you keep going up to the period
So the Protestants could have been all from this Roman off descent, the kings and queens of the Far East, because it's all like this little dark sort of offshoot of Gothic form of Christianity. With different mythic gods and of this sort. Go ahead.
Exactly. Man, now you right on it, man. Because I'm following you, and you got what I'm saying. I was waiting for you to come on yesterday, but it's cool that it worked out because it goes on to what the lady is saying today. Now going up to the.
Well, I didn't want to come on yesterday. I was feeling like 6 hours I wanted to let that digest. I didn't want to jump back on. And just bombard with more.
I watch all.
You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, you got the floor.
No, I'm just saying. I just want to let you know I watch all 6 hours, man, because it's like how you say I'm from Texas, my nigga. We freestyle down this way.
Yeah.
So I wish on freestyles all day.
Yeah.
So
Mr. Radio said all of those people became saints.
That goes with the takeover.
Ma'am, there it is right there. That's further proving that we're on the right track.
Exactly. So now you move that political term up to the 18th. Well, going back to the land real quick, I do apologize. Now the land, it went from provinces to what we call them now, because Canada can't call them that because they already use the word provinces. We call them county lines. Yeah, no. It goes from instead of going from territories to provinces down here. We started. He granted him the territories, then it went to provinces. We had to change the name from provinces to what you've been saying, the state thing. Remember how the lady was talking about you and the lady were talking about the S, the state, then they took the E off because we called them county lines.
Because also because the E is sort of silent anyway, so it's a great trick.
Cover. Yeah, exactly.
It's a great
You know what I'm saying? So we call them county lines. So if you go look up the most common names of county lines in America, you're going to get Washington County, Jefferson County, Madison County, Monroe County. The most famous one, even in the Westerns, Lincoln County. You see what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm saying. All of these people are of the same lineage of family. See, they got us thinking these are all different people doing different things, but these are all people by way of the king and still doing business legally under the authority and the ways of the old. From Madison to Washington to Lincoln, they all believed in the real America. That's why they're held as such in high regard to this day. The trick is, who are they?
They're the House of Hanover, like you've been stating. 1701. It was after William and Mary. And going into the 1701. It was a Bill of Acts right revoked by the House of Hanover that a Protestant ruler got to rule from her on out. Now, going all the way up to the 1800s, Now we're gonna change that name to that, like I'm saying, that aristocratic democratic republic. That antebellum period would take you up into everything you saying.
So it's pretty much just a quick time shift. That's pretty much.
Yeah,
a quick name change, as if the end of a period. We're going into this like that. Okay, I got you.
Everything that you've been saying, 'cause like I said, this is coming. I'm learning this from you, actually. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to find a way to put it in words or be nervous and stuff. Trying not to use the democratic lingo. You know what I'm saying? Now, once that antebellum period take over, that'll lead you up into the right around the time that Lincoln about to get ready to get knocked off. You see what I'm saying? And so by the time Lincoln get ready to get knocked off, now the Democratic Party, now as we see it today, the Democrat versus Republican. But it's that one party, like you have always told us. But within that one party,
hold on, my guy. Hold on. What does this have to do with these trusts and benefits?
That's why I'm about to sit up there. So I do apologize.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to take away from what I already know in my background and bring that forward when I'm talking about the trust of this specific. I can go into any pipeline of James, and what does that have to do with this?
Going on what you're speaking on today, 1924 is called the Dawes Plan. It's called the Dawes Plan because the vice president, the Calvin Coolidge, wrote this Dawes Plan that put Germany in debt.
That's the bald head guy.
I can't remember the picture. I have to. You can talk to Calvin Coolidge. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, there we go. Give us something new. Calvin Coolidge now. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm just letting you know that his vice president was, I think his name was Charles Dawes, but his last name is Dawes. He wrote the plan that going around that time you just spoken on, that the stock market crash and stuff like that.
This is the guy here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just sitting up there and let you know that I mean, I haven't went too far into the.
But what does he have to do?
The plan and what it did.
What does this have to do with the trust and things that we're talking about here today? What do you want to say pertaining to this? What this lady's talking about right here on the show today?
Okay. Yes, sir. I was just trying. I do apologize. That do be my problem.
What do you apologize for?
For this how I am and why I don't call.
No. I'm trying to see what.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You cannot just. I know you just didn't call me and bombard me with things that don't pertain to the show. I know that ain't what you did.
No, so I was just trying to tie them all together.
But tie it in somehow with the show. Tell me something. What we talking about today?
Yeah, in reference to real time, present time.
You don't know? You can't call back no more. Oh yeah, you're done. Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah, you're done. Yeah, we talking about the most important information today. Press 1. That's the thing about it. You talking about what? You sorry for what? But you ain't got to be sorry for nothing but what you doing. You're not trying to see. And we here talking about the trust. Talking about whose trust. That's what's important. I'm not doing all this work for you to call in and get on your own accord. It's my program. Y'all gangbangers and niggas that's out there running your own program, that's for y'all. But we trying to find, people who are paying attention. I'm not giving my time to you individuals no more. I used to, but it turns out y'all not supporters of mine. Y'all distractors of mine. Y'all laugh and have fun when I'm distracted. The only time y'all make the most sense is when you distracted me from what the fuck I'm doing. When it's time for Kev to work, y'all is nowhere around. So don't come around me. I'm cool. I found my lane. I'm talking about what I know. I'm not in y'all world no more. You didn't learn that from me. I didn't even get that. I didn't even get that far yet. I'm not even talking about that. So you running your own program. Press 1. Now you can't call no more. Just like that. I'm not being distracted. I don't get that much support for you to just be calling whenever. Just distract. We talking about a great topic.
A little confused. Okay. Although in common application of the term, he may not have paid a consideration for it. A devisee who takes an estate different from what the law would cast upon him as heir is a purchaser.
Boom. Right here. So this is what we paying attention to. The most important information right here. And then this guy want to call in and talk about something. Press 1. I'm talking about this. This is the most important. How the throne descends. You talking about nothing. I'm all the way up until my spirit kick in and say, wait, when you gonna tie this into what I'm talking about though? Yeah, I don't do that no more. Sorry.
Superior, a fee or fee simple is an estate.
You're supposed to be talking about a fee simple absolute. You're supposed to be in the 1828 where the time really matters right now. Not in the 1500 and the aristocratic. None of that right now. We ain't got there yet. They all purchaser, but the kinsman is the redeemer. Let's talk about it.
In which the owner has the whole property without any condition annexed to the tenure. In the United States, an estate in fee or fee simple is what is called in English law an allodial estate. An estate held by a person in his own right and descendable to the heirs in general. So a fee simple absolute in the United States is allodial title. We're now going to discussion on wills because, like I said, I was looking to find out what was the Constitution, and the question had come up about. The question had come up about what was a 1040? Was it a will? And I have to say I don't believe so. But in researching it, I found a lot of interesting things on will. So we're going to go into that. Pardon me. Okay, page 275 of 79 Amjur 2D on wills. Okay, in there in the second sentence it says, by common law there were but two modes of acquiring title to real estate, namely by descent or by purchase. Where a person takes as heir at law, he takes by descent. But when he takes title to land by his own act or agreement, he is a purchaser. A little confused. Okay. Although in common application of the term, he may not have paid a consideration for it. A devisee who takes an estate different from what the law would cast upon him as heir is a purchaser. You can look at the 14th Amendment as being purchased. The estate is purchased because you take something that is other than what would be cast upon you by the law. This is the law. Okay? And as
so, a purchaser is kind of like a thief. Not lawful. And pretty much the only way you can get the land is by heir. There's no way out. Who said this? They can't own. They can only lease. Lewis, you too. Lewis, you too. You as well, Lewis. Same thing. Life estate is not yours.
such under the feudal system was exempt from the restraints imposed upon heirs in their minority, such as wardships and right of marriage.
I just don't want people to keep saying in my classroom, what they can do. With them. You too.
Feudal system had passed away. Hardly, I don't think so. Many distinctions of this character are still of recognized importance. It certainly is, because it hasn't passed away. It is still in existence, and I look at the world today, and we are living in feudal times. Accordingly, the doctrine of common law, even after the passage of enabling statutes, was that a will was in the nature of a conveyance, declaring the uses purchase and not by descent. So if your father leaves you something in his will and you take it, you did not inherit it.
You purchased it.
You purchased.
I'm sorry to tell you. You just don't know the legal ramifications behind the purchase.
It. Legally, you purchased it. You did not inherit. If he did not leave a will and you got his estate, then you inherited it. It fell upon you by descent and distribution. Otherwise, you purchased your estate.
Boom.
Just that simple. Can't get around it. Page 285. The animus testandi does not depend upon an understanding by the testator that he is making a will. Okay. The Founding Fathers created a trust, okay, and it was complete until after the Civil War.
They're going back into them time immemorial, right? I like when they bounce around. It was all good. No, guess what? After the Civil War. And then what happened? President one, then you gonna give some feudal ass fucking story about how the old Roman Catholics, way back in the day with Jesus, President one. Crazy how they do this.
Then they start adding amendments.
Look, then they started adding amendments to the law, which actually broke away the trust.
Now, if there is a trust, there's a possibility that the amendments could be construed as codicils to the will, or codicils of a will. It is a trust, and there are such things as wills or trusts with wills attached, or vice versa. Okay, so if we begin to look at the 14th Amendment as a codicil, the codicil changes the intent of the testator or the trustor or whoever created it. 14th Amendment literally did change the intent of this right here. And they didn't have to know they were making a will, as this little paragraph says.
Damn, you see? It's a forgery, just like I said. They didn't have to know they was making a will. Oh, really? That's what puppet governments try to pump up how they ended up with shit. Well, they just didn't know they was making a will. They did all this perfected crafting of words and just didn't know. Huh? Well, who the benefits of a will that they ain't know? You from the way on the other side of the world? What the fuck? Let's go.
The fact that the testator did not intend the language to operate as a codicil is immaterial on the question whether the instrument is in fact a codicil. Okay? So now we're going to start looking at the 14th Amendment as the codicil. Page 297 brings up the idea or thought of an instrument of dual character. Okay?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What is dual character now? What does that mean? I know in any video game I ever played where it was a dual character, or I had dual guns, or I had dual people, Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. Dual anything means two characters.
Down toward the bottom, it says an instrument in writing may be a contract respecting property in one part and testamentary in another part in relation to other and distinct property. Here we have a definition and description of this estate as compared to the estate that we're going to see the 14th Amendment create.
Oh my goodness. So we dealing with the straw man. Press 1. Look at your neighbor and say,
Not like this.
y'all waking up today with
Not
the
like
rope.
this.
Y'all waking up. Y'all hear the language right here? I told you, you and the Wizard of Oz fucking with Coffee and Kush TV. I'm trying to tell you. They creating a whole straw man, a whole separate entity, a subhuman to become human, to live as you die. To become you. This is the cold part right here. This is some cold shit, boy. I'm glad I woke y'all up as well to the language. One thing Compton Cuz said, man, he said, y'all don't understand. For y'all to listen to the language and understand it, you on a different frequency. You understand it at a different level. You feel me? Nigga talking about Bootsy and them ain't on this level. You can't talk about Bootsy Badass and this P&B Rock and what happened with Whack 100 was caught naked on Clubhouse. But you can't think about this stuff. Somebody said there's some real crafty counsel right here that the Bible speak of. There's some real crafty counsel right here. We're double up.
On page 314, again, section 55 there under wills, it says property does not pass under a will by any natural right. There go your inherent rights, your vested rights.
Oh, right there. They took your inherited right there. Look, you heard it? Look.
The fact that the testator did not intend the language to...
Oh, we got they ass. Y'all just keep following Kev. Press 1, just keep following, keep hitting that subscription, keep supporting the role, keep the confidence levels up. We good.
Operate as a codicil is immaterial on the question whether the instrument is in fact a codicil. Okay? So now we're going to start looking at the 14th Amendment as the codicil.
Facts. Now listen to this. Listen to this. And for the people in the chat room say she about to tie in the wasteful spender, and she about to tie the wasteful spender quote in, and they use the king's law to cut the heirs off of their own trust. Press 1. Now you got that's the mindset that just set the tone per se right there. Good comment.
Page 297 brings up the idea or thought of a instrument of dual character. Okay. Down toward the bottom it says an interest.
You fell out of place, which gave them the opening.
Instrument in writing may be a contract respecting property in one part and testamentary in another part in relation to other and distinct property. Here we have a definition and description of this estate as compared to the estate that we're going to see the 14th Amendment create.
All right.
On page 314, again, section 55 there under wills, it says property does not pass under a will by any natural right. There go your inherent rights, your vested rights, everything that comes into from the Magna Carta. Okay, so if you're a 14th Amendment citizen getting all your rights and privileges under a codicil, you do not have any natural rights.
Boom.
Shame. Shame.
And if you're
Shame.
natural people of the land, without any natural right, well, then you're cut off from the law. I mean, everything is unnatural, off balance. You everything you're doing is against the law, spiritually, legally. You don't know the law, and geez.
Your natural rights reside right here. You've given them all up for the privileges that the government has bestowed upon you.
Because your hands is out. Because your hand is out. That's why the Red Cross is right there. Because your hand is out. That's why the county welfare is right there. Because your
branch out, and if you get a letter from the whoever, the FTB, the State Board of Equalization, or the IRS, if you stay focused on your estate instead of them sucking you into the regulations that are established under the 14th Amendment for that particular estate, hopefully you will feel much better. Instead of arguing their argument, you will be arguing yours. At least I find that to be of value. If the testator intended to make an entire disposition of his property in substitution of that made by a prior will, he probably would have proceeded to make a new will rather than a codicil. Okay, so that applies to the Constitution. Second paragraph, while a codicil is a latter will in the broad sense, it is not an independent will, but purports by its form to be an addition to a prior will. Okay, so we're looking at the Constitution now and saying, okay, the original form was a prior will. Now we're adding the 14th Amendment as a codicil, changing the intent.
Ain't that something? So the Constitution is the whole theft. You're changing the intent of a will already made, of a covenant already made, of a covenant already made. Who does that? Who does that? Who does that? Who changes somebody's will into something that's a contract? Who changes a will into a contract? The only will and contract that I ever heard of is the Holy Bible. Press 1. That is the only will that comes with a contract and stipulation if thou do what God told us to do. And so since this land is founded on that, I know George Washington and them Gillespie already know, because I know, to include that and to graft that into the law. So not only is it in spiritual law, it's also in legal matter too. That's why you can't be deported. They can't get you. The only way you go to Africa is if you get a passport and go.
Several clauses of the two instruments should, if possible, be harmonized so as to give effect to every portion of each instrument. Now we're separating things, okay? We're separating the two estates. They both have to coincide, truly, okay? Because the 14th Amendment is one state, but it comes from this estate. But in our minds, we have to separate them so that we can tell the difference.
See? And it's up to you to see why they would separate the two. I'm telling you because they are two. One is a sub-estate. One is a leaching estate. One is a backdoor while cutting you off legally. And that's how they've been living this whole time. That's why they're funding Ukraine, because they're funding themselves. That's why.
Okay, and in our separation, they still have to mesh perfectly. That's why there is no conflict of law.
Because it's a straw man. Therefore, there's no conflict of law. Understand what she's saying.
Intended to make an entire
She's teaching them how to steal.
Disposition of his property in substitution
Facts.
of that made by a prior will. He probably would have proceeded to make a...
Somebody said, let me see up in there. Somebody in there said, so is this why they created the term black and it's seen as dead in the eyes of the law? Then they use maritime laws of the seas. This takes you completely from the land. There you go. Can I get an amen around here? There you go, Garwood. That way you're always lost at sea legally. Most women have C-sections in the hood. So that's another. And who owns the churches? We've been talking about the hospital and all. This is why. Okay? You got the birth certificate because that creates the bond. That creates the slave debt bond. That creates the collateral. The doctor, which is the dock. You see? The dock where ships come in and be tethered, and what they do, they cut the tethering cord. So now the baby lost at sea. They take the baby, wham, pow, perilous state immediately, pow, shock value, bam, give it to the mama sign this right here, boom. Now we are the legal parent. You are now renting that kid, bam. Now, if we need CPS or need to come check up and you don't do what we tell you to do when vaccine come around, press what? You are in violation of our code, which has legal jurisdiction over you. That's how this shit work. Press 1. That's what I'm fighting for. Not no damn clout. Press 1. Fighting for no damn clout. Battling these niggas for no ignorant ass clout on no internet. I'm trying to wake you up.
New will rather than a codicil. Okay, so that applies to the Constitution. Second paragraph, while a codicil is a latter will in the broad sense, it is not an independent will, but purports by its form to be an addition to a prior will. Okay, so we're looking at the Constitution now and saying, okay, the original form was a prior will. Now we're adding the 14th Amendment as a codicil, changing the intent. Several clauses of the two instruments should, if possible, be harmonized so as to give effect to every portion of each instrument. Now we're separating things, okay? We're separating the two estates.
Right there. That's what the Constitution did. It created a false document, created a false state.
Both have to coincide, truly, okay? Because the 14th Amendment is one state, but it comes from this estate. But in our minds, we have to separate them so that we can tell the difference. Okay, and in our separation, they still have to mesh perfectly. That's why there is no conflict of law.
Bingo, because somebody got to take the fall for this shit. Can be no conflict. It has to mesh perfectly. Why? Because they got to be the ones who fit the bill. Them are the names that's being used. That's the account. That's this. That's this. We coming in under the straw man. Pretty much we're invisible. Pretty much. But we're not. Because we're alive and they're dead in law. So they need the bar. They're barred from the law because they are out of place. This place. Keep it going.
Okay, their estate and our estate are in complete agreement.
Look, she just said it. Their estate and our estate is in complete agreement.
Should be.
Should be.
On the next page, 651, section 532, where codicil is clearly inconsistent with will, where it is found that a will and the codicil thereto contain repugnant bequests of the two bequests, the one contained in the codicil shall stand. That's nauseating, isn't it?
Yeah, shall stand. What does that mean? That's if it's in the codicil, then that's the 14th Amendment. Like she was saying, is a codicil shall stand. Huh? Remember now, what does that mean? Remember back in the day, your grandma used to say we taught them how to stand upright. And listen.
A codicil plainly inconsistent with provisions of the will operates to the extent of the inconsistency as a revocation of the will, even in the absence of any expressed words of revocation. Page 663, and this is where it's going to start becoming important to you. Okay, to understand that the 14th Amendment as a codicil and what you have done. Section 1607, the doctrine of election. The doctrine of election in connection with testamentary instruments is the principle that one who is given a benefit under a will must choose between accepting such benefit and asserting some other claim he has against the testator's estate or against the property disposed by the will. One who elects to accept a benefit extended to him by a will is bound to give effect to all the provisions of the instrument and perform the burdens imposed upon him therein, including the renunciation of any inconsistent rights or claims. Yes, elections.
Wow.
We look at the 14th Amendment as a codicil. We have all made elections to take under the codicil or take under the will. Okay. Oops. I lost my thing.
You lost that a long time ago.
Okay. Be nice.
That'll be edited.
Okay, let's go to page 677. About 677, section 1622. Manner and form of election, what constitutes? The question of the manner and form in which an election to take under or against a will must be made, or as it is sometimes phrased, of what constitutes such an election, is influenced to some extent by the applicability or inapplicability of a governing statute relating the particular kind of election election in question. If the election is one governed by statutory provisions relating to the manner or form in which it is to be made, the effect of such provisions must, of course, be considered. In the absence of an applicable statute, however, the view is generally taken that a testamentary election may be expressed or may be implied from the acts or conduct of the beneficiary on whom the election devolves.
Now hold on, I'm sorry. I just got to download, press what, and it's pretty much like y'all been helping the straw man come alive because you want the straw man. Like, it's like you like, without the straw man, it'd just be you. I don't know if you bored or what it is, but it'd just be you with no straw man. If the straw man became illegal, everybody would be deported. If the straw man and you regained your reclassified and you were who you were and reclaimed your name for your use only, everyone else would be deported immediately by way of the federal, the U.S. Army, actually. Facts. Just by law. That by law, that's what will happen. Because that's what the will imply. That's what everything is. If you are reclassified back into who you are, and you're not black no more, and you become the real you, everyone else is automatically charged with, what is that called? Fraud and false identity, where they have to go get some new names or something because you, those numbers, and everything else. That's really what you up against in the world. It ain't a matter of you going and doing anything spectacular. It's just about you reclaiming yourself and the importance of it. No one should be able to use your name and traffic your name all over the place.
Second paragraph, it has been, excuse me guys, I don't mean to be this way. There can, it has been said, be no partial election to take against a will, but the election, when made, must be complete and final. This is saying that you cannot ride the fence. You can't use that Social Security number and have this. You can't have that bank account and have this, at least not at this time. You can't have all those wonderful benefits that are given to you by law and have this. Just can't do it. There's no riding the fence at this time. That's sad but true. Sad but true. Page 679. With respect to elections arising from matters in pays or implied from the acts or conduct of the beneficiary, it may be said that two things are necessary in order that the acts relied upon will amount to an election. Number one, the person alleged to have made an election must have been cognizant of his rights. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. That is, he must have knowledge not only of the condition and event of the testator's estate, but also extent of the testator's estate, but also of his duty to elect between the two inconsistent rights. I don't believe anybody's ever informed me of that. Of course, they always tell me I made an election. And to having knowledge of his rights, he must have intended, as shown by clear and unequivocal acts, to make a choice. Haven't you done that? Mm-hmm. You've all done that. By your acts, you have seemed to made a clear choice. By your own acts. Of course, you weren't told your rights. You weren't disclosed anything about the estate. In order that the beneficiary's ignorance of his rights may avoid what otherwise could constitute a conclusive election, however, it must not have been culpable on the part of the beneficiary, and the misapprehension must be clearly shown. Okay, if you haven't been informed of your rights and you have had non-disclosures, you better start telling them about that, because it doesn't. Your election really is no election. Okay, you might have made an election as it appears to them, but they did non-disclose to you. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I recall my civics class teaching me about this estate.
Bingo.
And in my history class, I don't recall hearing about it either. Of course, I always heard that the government agents and the bureaucrats were, trustees or in their fiduciary capacity. You know, we've all heard that. Of course, they didn't explain that to me. And as an heir, I believe I have the right to know what they mean by their little words. They are trustees. Page 681. Section 1626, acceptance of money or property. In a large number of cases, the principle is is recognized, stated, or applied that a showing that the beneficiary faced with an election for or against a will has accepted, used, enjoyed, or entered upon, or remained in the possession of money. Yes, like Federal Reserve notes. Property. Or some other benefit, like unemployment, extended him by the will, tends to establish an election in favor of the will.
Bingo. So he must not even be tied to no PPP loans. He better not have no credit. He better not have no motherfucking press one. He better not be $1 million in. He better not. He ain't gonna want to get that up. He ain't gonna have no money. He better be, that motherfucker better be, nigga, trust me, you know how hard it is? He better be this one, and this one. And matter of fact, shit, he got to be willing to throw all that away because he can't have none of that claiming to be this type of press one. He better not be driving around with no damn press one, license plate. You better not be using my bank. That's how they feel. You want sovereignty? Is that what you want? Well, you can't. You people are sick out there in the world. Y'all around here running around talking about they finna have a food. We ain't. The bank said we having a drought. The bank said we going through a recession. So my life is fucked up right now. Y'all go through it. Whatever the TV say. That means you got to be carefree. So what? Take it. Because you got to know what you fighting for is more precious than any of that madness. Especially when you're born up in a world where all that madness is everything. So it's the Satan trick. It's the old trick of Satan. I'll give you the whole world, brother one. But what would Jesus do? The world is not yours to give, fool.
The rule is, of course, subject to the qualification that acceptance of a benefit under a will, when made in ignorance of the beneficiary's rights or under a misapprehension as to the condition of the testator's estate, such as bankruptcy, or other pertinent factual considerations, does not operate to constitute an election. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay. Did you notice there? It said ignorance of your rights. Remember that little comment that ignorance of the law is no excuse?
Look, right here.
Well, ignorance of your rights is no election.
Bam. And you don't get that, you shouldn't even be in this class. If you don't understand what that is, when she laughed like this, trust me, bruh. Trust me. So who you been voting for this whole time? Nobody. Who been a president this whole time? Nobody. You know the same nobody Cat Williams said that shot Suge Knight. Nobody. This motherfucker, and y'all gotta know, I told y'all, they been running on autopilot this whole time. Nobody. It's just a person up there playing around. Ain't nothing going on. Because it's been a show this whole time, huh, Brian King? Them fight. And once you know what they do, tell them to shoot each other then. Russia, go ahead, finish them off then. Go ahead. But you already know Ukraine can't do nothing without everybody else joining. The Democrats and the Republicans hate each other, but they will vote to save Ukraine against Russia. Then we back in the war. We supposed to be, never mind. You don't know your right. If you don't know your right, ma'am, you don't, oh my goodness.
How do you like those apples? Mention as to the condition of the testator's estate, such as bankruptcy, or other pertinent factual considerations does not operate to constitute an election. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay. Did you notice there? It said ignorance of your rights. Remember that little comment that ignorance of the law is no excuse? Well, ignorance of your rights is no election.
We win.
How do you like those apples? I thought that was good. I like that. Moreover, the principle is subject to the further limitation that where the money or property was received or accepted in some other capacity than that of a testamentary beneficiary, well, maybe it's not. Maybe we're not testamentary beneficiaries. Maybe we're heirs. Okay, or amounted to no more than what the beneficiary would have been entitled to, independently of the will. Such receipt or acceptance does not indicate the making of a binding election in favor of the will. We're entitled to it to begin with.
As heirs.
As heirs, we are entitled to it. Those people who are taking under the will, who don't want to be heirs, but want to be beneficiaries of a different estate in order to be taken care of, because they're not capable of taking care of themselves and be independent, they may do so.
You may do so. Press what? You may do so.
I'm not going to stop them.
Neither am I.
I just want my freedom. I want my inheritance. I want my estate.
Talk to him.
That which was guaranteed to me.
To me, that's right.
On the next page, you'll see some footnotes that are bracketed. Take a chance to read, or time to read those when you have a chance. Okay, section 1630, initiation or maintenance of judicial or administrative proceedings. Okay, while there is a general agreement that the unsuccessful assertion, and we've had plenty of them, in a judicial or administrative proceeding of a claim under or against the will does not amount to a conclusive election for or against it, the theory being that where such a claim is proved groundless, it is conclusively shown that the beneficiary was not in possession of two inconsistent rights. Oh, we're commingling. And hence was under no duty to make an election. There is no doubt that prosecution of or intervention in the judicial or administrative proceedings will, under many circumstances, be regarded as constituting an election to accept or renounce the provisions of a will. Okay, so what if you use the district court? Now you go, well, what does that mean? Okay, well, the district court is a tribunal established under the inferior estate of the 14th Amendment.
You got it? So what? So what? You talked about it right there. What does that mean? I'm not talking as a 14th Amendment person. Why am I even talking to you? You see, it's certain things you once you know, you know. And not in no democratic mindset of some little hitting little club in them, but once you know at a heightened level, you just know, oh, I'm not going to get nowhere talking to you, because you can't even think beyond typing on that damn keyboard. I'm going above and beyond where you even thought you can go.
And just because you've gone there doesn't constitute an election.
That's right.
Page 687, section 1634. As a general rule, an unconditional voluntary election to take under or against a will made with knowledge of the facts and of the rights of the person compelled to elect, and not induced by fraud or undue influence, may not be revoked or set aside.
I was told I had to get a Social Security number in order to work.
I believe that
Because you do. Because you do. That's why. But it's really because you got to be here. Your ass going to get deported. The trick is you better work. That's the USS Communist Manifesto. Think you building for some goddamn grand utopia called the American Dream. That's the plan, fool. Press 1. Arm and Hammer baking soda for your ass, bruh. Press 1. That's the American dream, or should I say, the Russian dream.
had a little bit of non-disclosure to it. Well, they're presuming that you were party to an inferior estate, one created for your benefit, because it is presumed that you are incompetent. Okay, next page.
Because it was presumed that that was the excuse. You were incompetent. King George was dethroned because he was incompetent, and so was all his kids. So they used that excuse to create the sub-estate. She's just giving out the secrets, if you can think. Press 1, and if you hadn't subscribed and hit that like button, shame on you. The shame on you. But I'd like to give a shout out to James Colden. Say, glad I found your channel. Shout out to you in my Cash App. Blackman, shout out to you in my Cash App. And Janita Moore, for I never miss a class. Shout out to you, Mrs. Moore. She don't care if she's still blocked. She's still gonna contribute. I gotta unblock her in a couple. I forgot to unblock them. Shout out to y'all.
Page 1636. The prevailing rule is that an election to take under or against a will may be revoked or set aside where it was made through ignorance or mistake as to material facts affecting the rights of the party electing, and where the rights of the innocent third party will not be adversely affected by the revocation. I wonder who that might be. The revocability absent intervening rights of innocent third persons, the elections procured through fraud or undue influence, or of elections followed by the failure of the provision made in the will for the electing party, or the non-performance of a condition upon the election was made, has been widely recognized. I believe there's a condition. All of this applies. It all applies. Okay? When we have to look at the 14th Amendment as a codicil. Next page, section 1639. In this paragraph, you are told that if by some slight chance, or even a big chance, you have taken property under the will, you have to return it in good faith.
Press 1. You have to return it by law. If you've taken anything illegally for it, you have to return it in good faith first. Just give it. Is it by God? Just give it. Don't be sitting around talking about Jesus. Are we going to the kingdom of heaven with Joel Elstein? Don't be. You're not getting out of this. You're going to hell if you don't fulfill that contract. Give it back. Press 1. You can't get past the Pope, Donald Trump, Cab Gill. Press 1. The most powerful person on the planet, the Pope. The most powerful person in America, Trump. And the most powerful individual on YouTube, Mr. Gills himself. That's what. These 3 individuals here says you must give it back, family.
You got to return it. You have to offer to return it. But it's just proper to make a good faith offer to return it. This isn't everything. Okay, now we go section 1647 on page 700. The broad principle that one who receives a benefit, and Social Security is a benefit, so is unemployment, so are your schools. When you read the statute of charitable uses, you will find what your benefits are. I mean, it's schools, it's military.
So what you think you paying taxes for is really a benefit. So they just stealing from you all over the place. I'm like, your taxes is paying for the school, public. That's a benefit. Oh my goodness.
It's highways, it's everything. All these things are benefits, okay? And all these things are received under the 14th Amendment of state. The broad principle that one who receives a benefit under a will by which the testator attempts to dispose of property which belongs to the beneficiary, or in which the latter has some right, claim, or interest, must, whether or not the testator was aware of his own lack of complete ownership, elect between his right to accept the provisions in the will in his favor and his right to assert his independent paramount title. We're now asserting our independent paramount title.
That's the rock. The independent paramount title is BlackRock. That is everything. That is everything. And I bet you that's owned by George Washington Gillespie and them. I ain't even going front. You know why? You know why I say that? Because I'm going to tell you why. Because one of my students brought this. Now, this is for my Freemason brothers now. Press 1, this is for y'all. Press 1, this is for the ones who see the sun at midnight. Press 1. They know. It's something about Lewis, huh? It's something about Lewis, right? All right, Lewis what? This is for them Freemason brothers who know the Lewis, right? Lewis, remember? Now, this is no cap. This is no cap. Because you right. But guess who it is? Guess who they find right here? Look. George Louis Gillespie. Look. 1913 was an American soldier who received the highest military decoration in the United States, bestows to the military the Medal of Honor for his actions during the American Civil War. This is the Revolution. George Louis, right? Gillespie Jr. was born in 1841, Kingston, Tennessee. Graduated second class. U.S. military, was commissioned second lieutenant of Corps of Engineer. Boom, 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 boom. How I know this is what it is, because it goes all the way down. Bam, brought to the Virginia's campaign. Remember, it's all about Virginia Company, the royal colonies, and all that until General Robert E. Lee surrender, 1865. And when Gillespie received the Medal of Honor, was carrying dispatches through enemy lines under withering fire from General Philip Sheridan, the Battle of whatever, the Cold Harbor, Virginia, 1864. He was later Shenandoah. I used to live on Shenandoah, actually. The Army of Shenandoah. At the end of the war, Gillespie held the regular Army rank and the Captain Brevet, temporary promotion. Let's keep going. It was Gillespie appointed as Bush Chief of Engineers. Press 1, under who promoted. He was acting U.S. Secretary of War, August 1901. He had charge of the ceremonies at President William McKinley's funeral. I said, oh shit. And look, the Grand Army of the Republic. Now, who are we talking about here? The Grand Army of the Republic. Don't that sound familiar? I'll wait. Let's go back here. The Grand Army of the Republic, that go back to civil orders. That goes back to BAM, for the people. That goes back to the Pope's letter. GAR. And the commanding of General Ham. Remember? I got it on the computer. But do you see, there is no coincidences in this world that damn many like that. You understand what I'm saying? Now we know they got stolen valor and stolen identity and pictures that don't mean nothing. but you got to know it by the dates, the names, and who is who.
Which is recognized in many decisions, has received actual application in a wide variety of factual situations. Prominent among these may be mentioned the situation existing where a testamentary beneficiary is the obligee in an alleged contract of the testator to devise or bequeath property, where a device or legatee is also named as beneficiary. We can stop there. Contract, contract, is this bringing in some commercial UCC stuff? Contract? Did we enter into a contract in the 14th Amendment to receive benefits? Now, there might be a possibility there. Yes, I think so. Yes. So therefore we become an obligee. Now we have a possibility of the UCC coming in, so we keep that right here. 1657. Estoppel. Estoppel means you are stopped. You are barred. Now, that means a little bit more than that, but just...
Which one?
Section 1657. Page 712. Okay, here's where we're bringing in the bar to us getting to the estate. The broad doctrine that one who accepts benefits under a will is subject to certain exceptions and qualifications. Estoppel to attack its validity and binding effect is frequently recognized. You go into and you start talking about your rights and etc. under the 14th Amendment. You are estopped. You can't get to your rights. You have no rights. They are privileges. Your rights reside in the preamble.
That's right, and you give that up so you're under privilege. Do you understand? Your right reside in the preamble, and you are cut off from the law. You got to know this. I'm gonna be doing lectures all over the country. Press 1. I can see it now. This is like deep but fun and knowledgeable information. Very fun.
Okay, you have created an estoppel by taking under the will.
Light went on.
Oh, did we have a light bulb go on? Oh my God! Have any of you had light bulbs go on? Any of you have a like a flashlight going? Wow! I hope so. I hope so. That's what this is here for. Okay, claim acceptance of money. Okay, what am I going to read here? The view is sometimes taken, for example, that an election to take under a will once made itself operates as an estoppel. Okay, again, estoppel. You elected under the Social Security. No wonder you can't get rid of your Social Security. Okay, all those little revocations and letters to the Social Security Department, and the Social Security Department's going, hey, no, man, this is your Social Security number. You can do anything you want, And you try to get rid of that Social Security number, and you feel like you can't, but, you keep trying. Well, you're stopped. You took under the will. But then, of course, we haven't attacked in this angle before. Okay, when I recently sent a nice little letter to the Social Security Department informing them of their restraint on alienation, bringing up trusts in the states. And I don't think anybody has discussed this with them before. So we're going to try a new angle here. And we're going to keep trying to get new angles until everybody understands what's going on in this country. Then we won't have to use any angles because we will have our power back. The United States, the people of the United States, the voting citizenry, are getting so angry that they're all claiming that they're going to get their country back. They have no country to get back.
Not like this. Not like this.
They have no inherent rights.
Do you understand that?
I'm sorry.
Damn. That's deep, y'all. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep, bruh. That's deeper than Malcolm X and Martin Luther King combined, bruh. That's deep, bro. They have no inherent right. And you thought right went along with Adolf Hitler. No. Right is what you had.
It's that simple. It's sad but true. Let's continue on. We're getting out of wills, and now we're going to go to descent and distribution, which is found in Amjur 2, or I found in Amjur 2D 23, or 23 Amjur 2D. Section 2, it's page 756. Descent and distribution, section 2, second paragraph. In its strict technical sense, the word inherent means to take as an heir, at law, by descent. Within this meaning, personal property is not inheritable. Oh, there's a hole there. One who takes under a will does not inherit. You take under the 14th Amendment, you do not inherit. This is an inherent right. It says so right here under estates, wills, they all fall together. Here we have something about vested.
The kingdom literally falls and descends on a specific individual from a bloodline. Not just anybody, but from that, and the spirit chooses. That's what the thing is all about. The spirit.
We have to get to understand what vested rights, inherent rights, inherited rights. These all come together. The United States people, as a conglomerate, have no inherent rights. They have no vested rights. Well, they have vested rights under the 14th Amendment, but no vested rights here. And we have to keep this very perfectly clear. Let's find the next beautiful paragraph. Now, you have to also remember, too, that the 14th Amendment was never legally ratified because the 11 southern states were kicked out of their legislators and replaced with military leaders.
And that's where you ended up with 1828 Wilmington. Press 1. You end up in Wilmington with the overthrowing and running off of all the governors. They were killing them and hanging them, all the people, and not governors, but people who approved the land, per se, at that time. And they were taken over by federal government. So she knows big time. I just want to let y'all know this is high fucking university shit. And I know it's kind of weird that we on YouTube, but this is bigger than any university will ever teach you ever in America or around the world. No university in the world but this one right here, Cairo University. And not because, oh, I'm wrong or I'm just making things up. No. This is the only place where you can get this information right here. And I pride myself on that. I wake up excited about getting y'all information and making sure and doubling back around and getting new awareness and going back and making sure we still touch up on the shit we went over. Because there's in books and in imagination and history, one word can change a whole storyline, as I'm coming to find out. I'm like, damn, so the purchaser is really the thief? But in today's time, the purchaser is somebody who bought something. You can't buy nothing. That's the thing. You can't buy this. You can't buy the land. You can't buy nothing. Because it's by law. You can't do it.
So that nullified the Constitution at that point, and everything since then is obliterated. It is not law. It might be law for an inferior state, but not for us. Actually, I guess we have no law. Oh, let's go to a sideways page.
Not that you don't have law. It means when you stand upright as a man and woman of what where you're supposed to be, that law, what governs them, have no jurisdiction over you. Unless you want to be a criminal or something. Unless you, I'm trying to figure it out. Unless you would, unless you want to be a criminal or something, you want to end up in the penitentiary for some silliness. But they have no. That law has no jurisdiction over you.
Well, right now, I don't call myself a state citizen because I don't like that word anymore.
She don't like being called a 14th Amendment citizen. She don't want to hug the flag like Candace Owens no more. She, I don't want that one, because guess what? She found out it was a greater power. What they really stole, what birthright really means, what true history really is. You see? What metaphysical really is.
When I look at the 14th Amendment and I know that the United States government has the authority to do whatever it wants in its corporate capacity to property that has been owned or is owned to and ceded to them or granted to them, I look at the 14th Amendment and I say, this looks like a grant to me. It looks like property ceded to me. As much as I don't like the idea that sovereign state citizenship has been ceded to the United States government, it may be a possibility. And if it is a possibility, what do I have left to discuss with them about where my rights come from? Well, I have my estate, and I also have the idea that I am an heir of freedom, as the founding fathers were. That's what they claimed themselves to be. They didn't claim themselves to be sovereign citizens. They didn't exist. The Crown gave that to us.
You said the 14th Amendment, the Crown, the banking corporation gave that to them by way of Ellis Island is how they got in. The Isle of Wight, that's right. You got to know all of this. They don't want that no more. They want what was stolen.
So if sovereign state citizenship has been ceded to the United States, such as what we find under the Buck Act, okay, totally different subject, but it's also an interesting theory that the state has been ceded to the federal government. So now what do I discuss? Well, I discuss my heirness. You can call it, I am an heir, okay? And on this page here, I call myself an heiress astrarius, which is a common law word. And let's see if we can find it. Okay, down here there's 2 stars on the left, and it starts out with Coke shows. Okay. Coke shows the heir apparent may also be complete heir. That's me. And have use and profits of the estate. Yes, that's me. That's definitely me. He is termed the heiress astrarius, and he takes by descent. For if he took by purchase, he would be subject to relief, and I am definitely not subject to relief. I have no relief, so I must be the heiress astrarius. So therefore, I now sign my name, comma, sui juris heiress astrarius, because I'm also of age and I am competent. This is the dawning of the age of Asterius. Yes.
Ma'am, it says he, not she, not nothing. They just take things.
Okay.
I think so.
I think they've already done that, except they really messed up the wording, so they probably couldn't read when they wrote the song or sang the song. Okay, now so far we have gone through the most important thing to understanding the preamble. Okay, the estates, the covenants, the things, and like I said, in your leisure, I mean, right here, it's I've just skimmed over this right here. You have plenty of material to read from what I have just given you. And there's more of it. Okay, now we're going to go into trusts, okay, because we're going to segue from our state over to the inferior estate.
Okay. I don't want to focus on her laughs too much, as her laughs is nothing. I mean, it's nothing. What does it mean she laughs? What does that mean? How evil she is? No, it's just she's speaking in code as she's supposed to do. You're just able to see a little bit. Now, if you want to choose to focus on that, you don't got to type that you're focused on that. Thank you. Whoever you are. Press 1.
Okay, everything I read will still apply to this, but now we're going to start swinging over here to the 14th Amendment, and we're going to look at a different estate.
Now we're going to move into the third part of this video. I don't want to stop it there. I want to keep it going. Because it's just a good video. If somebody want to call it in real quick, talk about something, feel free to do so. 424-209-9506. I already put up the third part 3 on there. And that creates, that concludes part 2. But knowing that there is an estate that, and beneficiaries of the estate that has empowered London and Europe this whole time, and it dwells here, shouldn't you want to know about it? Unless you really think you were a slave from Africa. Unless you truly believe you were a slave in Africa, living in savagery, sold, press 1, to these people, put on a boat. All right then.
And everything has been commingled up to now. Okay, the first we're going, this is a marvelous book. It's called The Law of Trusts and Trustees. It is by 2 Bogarts. I don't see. Is one alive?
Yeah.
One is still alive.
Let me tell y'all something. There are some books and stuff that's not like the complete university book, but there are some simplified to get your, books to get your mind around what she's talking about. These books are still out there. So feel free to take notes again and listen to the books that she's recommending, because they're around. They're here on eBay, Amazon. You feel me?
Oh my God, that's wonderful. Well, the original must be his son, I guess.
They're brothers.
Brothers. I presume that they were sons. The original was written in 1931. Perfect timing. They had a lot of world of worth of information there. And it's basically upon normal, average, ordinary trusts. And every now and then they throw something in regarding history, government, etc. Okay, on page 4, section 1, they name the trust parties. Okay, there is a settler of a trust, and he is the person who intentionally causes it to come into existence.
There is a settler of the trust, and he is the one that causes it to come into existence. Okay? So you can't just change into this individual. There is a name and a person and all this shit they all know. Coffee and Kush TV on the air. What up?
How's it going, Kev? My name is Chris Young Skywalker in the chat.
What up, John?
I just wanted to. How's it going, Kev? It's been a long time since I called in. I've been watching your show for about maybe 3 years.
My
or so.
man.
Yes, I just want to address the topic at hand. I think it's funny how she's going over everything, but she's actually trying to pertain the topic to herself when it's not about her.
Right.
It's about different people. I basically just called in to say, too, like, just the information that you've been putting out for the time that I've been watching you has been informative. I appreciate the fact of how you're challenging young men of this nation to stand up and learn the legal aspects of things. I understand the comedy of your show, but
yes,
there's a intense severity to the topic that you're talking about. And we need to learn legal terms, turn off the basketball and the football. And basically that's how we're getting caught up, is by all this legal jargon, as you called it before.
Exactly. And you know, they turned legal jargon into metaphysical religion.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. And it has the women locked in. It has us believing in things that we don't know. They took the law and turned it into a metaphysical concept, and by the Romanov and the caustics and all of this other thing. So getting back to that, and I thank you for that, because that's what I'm trying to do is empower, if not us now, the next ones to come. My son watches my show, so I have to. Kev, you know what I'm saying?
The information that you're putting out, I've never heard this from anybody. So everything I learned from middle school to high school, history was one of my favorite subjects. Now I'm looking at people like Truman, Harry S. Truman,
right,
Karl Marx, and all these people, and I'm looking like, man, this person looks like this person. That could be that person.
Right.
So my whole perspective on everything has been blown out of the water. And I do thank God for you, Kaz. The spirit of truth, he's given you that, and much other talent, I'm sure. And once again, you're just challenging young men to wake up and learn and read, and not only listen to your show, but call in and speak up about these things. Because once this is all brought out and we can bring this to, like you said before, Supreme Court level, there's no arguing it, because the facts are there now. The knowledge has been increased.
Yes, sir.
So, but and Kev, once again, I won't hold up too much of your time. Informative videos, and thank you for everything you're doing, Kev. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, my man. And that's what it's about, right there. That's all I be asking for is, like, is it making sense? You know, and that's what only call. I get more trolls than anything, but is if it's making sense. Now, if you listen to what they're saying here, is there is a settler. Okay, so the first settler, okay, who founded this nation? Who's the founding father, the founding settler in the nation? George Washington. And we all know this. It's the fact that finally we're relating George Washington to King George and all of this whole shit. But yeah, George Washington. GWG, and that's funny. Where did we see that from? GWG. Where did we see that? Lord have mercy. But that's what we're looking for. Whether black, white, Chinese, Asian, Hindu, the founding father in America, which gave you freedom from Revolutionary War. This is Colonel George Washington here. He's the figurehead for revolution. Press 1. And once you know that that's a person that looked like you and I, whether Romanov or Frenchman, you would know the severity. As I will always tell y'all when we do our Matrix shows, if Will Smith would have been Neo, you would have known a black man, Morpheus, gave the Neo, the slave, the truth. and told them what this shit was all about. But you would understand it's in the same way. Okay, they just flipped it and made it a white George Washington, but he's really of you. You feel me? Like I told y'all, the people who said the Americans is coming or the British is coming, whatever one it was, that was a person who looked like you. They all look like each other. King George outlawed slavery 100 years before the Americans, yet the Americans freed you? Get out of town. Press 1. See, and when you get old enough to challenge history, I don't challenge white people. I challenge historians. I challenge, you know what I'm saying? People who I can see break. Not a person who don't know. I challenge people who's supposed to know. I help people who don't know. I'm helping y'all. We all got duped. I challenge a person. Oh, you a teacher, huh? I start with Mr. Gillespie first. Does this channel support the Let me get back to my studies, because here y'all come.
There we have the Founding Fathers. Okay. The trustee is the person who holds the property.
Now look, she even said it. Thus we have the Founding Father. Let's go back.
And he is the person who intentionally causes it to come into existence. There we have the Founding Fathers.
Bingo, George Washington. Already done. Said. Now you got to find out if George Washington is really George Washington Gillespie. That's the only thing. Listen, y'all. This it. I don't went from a damn YouTuber to the Aladdin. Let's get this shit straight. Is Limestone George the same as Colonel George Stone, Colonel George Washington Gillespie of the Limestone? In Limestone. You got me? That's the only thing you got to do. They're admitting it. It's George Washington, for sure. But he's dead, remember? And he ain't got no hair. No, they cut the heads off the Negroes. He's in the heaven right there with the law hanging out. Press 1. Waiting on us like Jack and the Beanstalk.
Okay. The trustee is the person who holds the property for the benefit of another. Okay. It's the government's duty to take care of our property for our benefit. The beneficiary or cestui trust is the person for whose benefit the trust property is held by the trustee. That's us. Well, I don't like to call that us. I like to call us the heir, because I don't want any confusion between their 14th Amendment beneficiary.
Ma'am, that's you. Now you want to go claim the heir.
And me. So I'm an heir, because this shows that there are heirs in here. Posterity is an heir. We go into the trusts and trust rights and duties, okay, and he defines for the benefit of the cestui, and cestui trust means beneficiary, and it goes into the duties of the trustees.
Where is this?
Oh, this is on page 6.
This is on page 6 now.
This is superficial stuff that we're going through temporarily, okay? He goes into the classification of trusts, okay? On page 7, trusts are usually classified into 2 main groups, express trusts or implied trusts. We really don't want to get into the quagmire of federal law. Because it's just like quicksand. Quagmire, it's like quicksand. On page 264, remember we discussed the Catholic Church. Section 37, Religious Corporation Soul.
All right. Religious Corporation Soul. So when they talk about sell me your birthright, sell me your soul, the Religious Corporation Soul itself, you can't sell your Religious Corporation Soul unless you sell your strawman. You got it? So all this Illuminati selling your soul is not perceived that way. They took in a metaphysical allegory and trying to scare you with a fucking imaginary daydream. Okay? This is all legal jargon. All of it.
Some slight remnants of the doctrine of corporations.
I'm bringing y'all out of darkness. This is like that movie Monsters, and I'm telling y'all, the monsters aren't real. You ever seen, what's the Clash of the Titans, that one dude who beat up Medusa and the Titans and used this god against the other? That's what I'm beating them up with their own shit. That's one.
Soul still exists in American law. In the English law, the king, certain church officials, and other occupants of public positions, were treated as having a separate entity as officials and were called corporations sole.
Boom.
The king, the sovereign. Could it possibly be that our corporate capacity of the United States government is...
So now you see why the devil told Jesus, what did he say? So, he says, what good is to gain the world and lose your soul? Lose your right, lose who you are. Press 1. Not this old ooh, but a real meaning behind soul. Didn't Disney make a movie called Soul?
a corporation soul? Yeah. There's so much in Bogert that I have to search for it. I bought these books for $1 a piece.
Look.
Let's buy that, and I thought I had a complete set, but number 4 was missing. So I think I paid $5 or $6 for the whole set of Bogert's Trust, and it sat on my shelves for almost 2 years. And I was about ready to give them away, going, I don't know why I'd ever used them. I wasn't interested in trusts, at least I didn't think so, until I found this, and then Bogert came up with some wonderful things. Okay, next page, 546. Oh, selection of trustee who cannot be sued. Let's go down to the marked line. It says, neither the Crown in England, the United States, nor a state can be sued without its consent. What? Now we have the trustees. Now I can show you that they're trustees. Okay, they bring in the words United States, Crown of England, a trustee who cannot be sued. Okay, and the United States claims that they cannot be sued unless they give their consent. Well, that's kind of, you can read that later. California statute preventing. Oh, here's over on the right-hand corner, bottom 547. A California statute prohibiting gifts by will to the United States among other corporations is not unconstitutional on the ground that it permits gifts to the state of California and its subdivisions, U.S. versus Burnison, 1950. Here we have a mention of the United States in its corporate capacity. Okay, so when, the question in my mind comes up quite often is just when did they start using their corporate capacity, because they weren't always a corporation. They didn't start out that way. The words don't say in God we incorporate. The words say in God we trust. Okay? So when do they start exercising their corporate capacity, and is it a de facto corporation or a de jure corporation? In the state of California, in most states, you cannot be a de facto corporation. I don't see evidence that they are de jure either, except for this grant right here. Page 556 is on reservations. It is common that the settler is himself a trustee, either by his own declaration or that fact, or by reason of a conveyance by himself to himself and others as trustees, or by buying land in his name as trustee for another. If the settler reserves no powers to himself expressly in the trust instrument, he will, as settler, have only sentimental interest in the administration of the trust. That is why there is a reservation in the Fifth Amendment and reserved to the people, so that there is no sentimental interest. The reservation, remember, is important.
No, it's because when he comes back and salvages people, he's not doing it for what? Sentimental interest or, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
That I told you before, had to have a reservation.
Because they wrote this. This was done in order. And I say this was done in order, meaning we lost everything because we lost everything only to regain everything in the end, kind of thing. It's kind of like a trial and tribulation of the fall and refall and keep falling of Adam until Adam gets it right. It's the whole redoing over and over again until y'all kind of think your way out of. You ever been in grounded by your parents and they tell you, you gonna stay in here and think about what you've done until you get it right. Press what? It's kind of like that, so we through trial and error, we gotta know what's good, what's evil, what's pleasing to God, what's not. So because we bit from the tree of good and evil as a collective, we tempt each other every day. We just do this shit that comes with it, So there's that error. That's why Jacob wrestled with the angel. He was wrestling with the flesh and the conflictions of man, the duties of God, and damn the temptations of the flesh, and the discipline of oneself. So at the end of the day, don't have like confidence issues. Rejoice that we coming out of a cold spell, a crazy mindset. Then you look back and say, damn, that's what we was thinking about 30 years ago, 20 years ago. You tell your grandkid, this world was crazy. Or you can tell them, this world is great. Look how far we come. Look where we come from. Look what mindset. I remember we was thinking about, I don't want to remember what the fuck we was thinking about. Don't tell them.
Isn't this beginning to look beautiful? Got to keep those reservations. Everything falls into line under these estate laws. Listen, when you don't follow the laws of God in Deuteronomy, don't he put you in a certain mindset? But did he put you in a state of certain mindset? Or did you fall under the curses of not being under the law of God? Press 1. Think about it. You cursed yourself. We cursed ourselves. The book is merely telling us what condition we gonna be if we fall out of place with the law. Why? Because if you fall out the place of the law, you're gonna be just like the world, lawless. You're gonna reprobate mind. Look, not upright, no morals. All that comes with unlawful. That's why this land is the best place ever. This land is tied to the law. You cut off from the land right now through maritime law, and you cut off from the law. But Kevin Gillespie is right here. Press 1. I said, you heard what I said. So, you under the law. Ain't nothing you can do. You let me smoke my cigar. You can be upset. You can be whatever. But I'm just telling you the facts. You under a different law. You want to go after now you don't fell victim to a whole demon from the east. And this law, they don't care about no damn tears. Oh no. The Bolsheviks? Oh no. The Romanovs who y'all think y'all serving? Oh yeah, they gonna press 1.
Not like this.
They're gonna do
Not
you
like
in
this.
just right, leave you broke, begging, the triple B's, broke, begging bums. Press 1, thinking you the shit. Talking about you gonna pray for somebody. Not in your condition. You need a prayer. Everything was taken from you. So until you reverse the curses, you know how you reverse the curse? Go back into upstanding citizen. Go back to upstanding, law-abiding, God-fearing people. Your rightful place. That's when the world changes. That's when everything corrects for you. That's your deal that you made when you turned your back on the law. You waiting on the wrong shit and committing the most craziest sins on earth. Got a whole Holocaust in the womb. That's my favorite line. You don't have the whole Holocaust in the womb. Press 1. Somebody, you finna pray for somebody. You gotta repent and turn from. Repent means turn, change, and go back into, not like the Romanov Church taught y'all. Repent means change from your wicked way, your unlawful, antichrist, anarchist behavior. Stop letting George Soros pay you. They out here Plan B twerking, spraying twerk miss, Plan B murder twist. I could see if it was clean twerk miss, for that's what birds and stuff do. Spray their counterparts with twerk mist sometime. But y'all don't have the whole Holocaust in the womb, and all we get is the stench of death coming out. That right there. Press 1. That's why they try to get black men to date in a whole nother, and go to Brazil as if bad twerk miss doesn't exist there. They want us to go to South America to get a woman. Now, press 1. But I got faith in you like Maxwell. I know you got a little life in you left. Press 1. Press 1. We better than that. Press 1. You ain't got to be let me stop. Okay.
His position as trustee does not, in the usual case, give him a dignity of legal interest. Duality? Thank you. Duality. Yeah, my eyes are getting a little tired from reading. Page 557. Municipal corporations as trustees, in that it goes into the towns, cities, villages, school districts, and other governmental agencies are created by the state. Okay? Down at the bottom, when you see little mark where I say cypress, cypre.
Cypre.
Okay. We're going to get into cypre. It's important. Are we missing a page? No, I guess not. Okay, we're going to go back here. Pray. I'll see if I can. If such power is lacking, there will be vacancy in the trusteeship, and the court will appoint a trustee. This is pray. Okay? But the validity of the instrument of creation will not be questioned. Okay? I know it's vague so far. In the groups of governmental, eleemosynary, or educational charitable trust is on the next page. Got to find where we can clarify this. A municipal corporation has no power to accept and carry on a private trust.
You heard that? All right then.
Or a charitable trust for religious purposes.
At all. I've been in municipal. Press 1. You can't use me against me, fool. Press 1. Hey, Todd, I've been to municipal. Press 1. Lord have mercy.
You know, this is added quickly for religious purposes. It didn't say or charitable trust, period. It says charitable trust for religious purposes. The 14th Amendment is a charitable trust.
It is a benefit.
It establishes a...
Do not. At the top, you do.
That's why everything's in a private corporation. Social Security.
Yeah.
You heard what he said. That's why everything is in a private corporation. Social Security is in us all. And guess where you from? You from Poland. Press 1. Hey, you smart ass in the back. Guess where you from? You from Poland now. Just you want a big mouth. Did you want to ask dumbass questions? Press 1. That means everything is fake. Yes, sir. while I was trying to steal something. Now you just... Even the government is a corporation. Yes, sir. It's a corporation. Yes, sir.
Well, okay, the way I see it is the Federal Reserve Act created the trust.
I told you it bankrupted the trust. I told you, wasn't we talking about this earlier? Hit that like button.
Not like this.
It seemed like I got another
Not
5-hour
like this.
video. Seemed like I'm going to be up here another 2 hours or something. The Federal Reserve busted the trust. The Federal Reserve busted the trust. I told y'all to go back and look at who did it at the time. Who's the trust buster? Roosevelt. We got their ass. We got their ass. Press 1. Roosevelt. Yep. They talking about Franklin D. Roosevelt. McKinley looking like motherfucker. No, not him. Theodore. Teddy. Press 1. Teddy fat ass. Teddy Ruxpin. Press 1. I love this class. Teddy Ruxpin fat ass. only at an urban university can we say shit like this, smoke weed in the glass. Yeah, who was that? 1933. Fucking Teddy Ruxpin fat ass, cuz. My cuz got us out here tweaking, fool. Twerking and tweaking, fool. Press 1. That's a damn shame. Only at the U can we just be ignorantly smart. Press 1. Just like niggas. We just take smart to a whole nother. We just turned it stupid.
Fund, okay? It established the trust fund. It actually did establish even maybe a lesser estate.
A
charitable
lesser
trust
estate. So it wasn't the 13th and 14th Amendment. The Federal Reserve Act is where you got the created sub-estate. Press 1. See, we laughing like children, and we got the answer. Look. So, all the other things are ratifications of this. Everything else that pops up in time, 94 crime bill, they are all ratifications of what? Woo, we graduating this year, all of us. Right there. 1933. They talking about 33 Freemason? Nah. 1933. Boy. We go to sleep tonight, y'all. We might not have an earth tomorrow because we done manifested all type of shit tomorrow. It might be a big giant out here tomorrow. Nephilim. Straight the fuck up. Hey, y'all. Yo, we here now. Press 1. Shit. Civil rights too, Kev? Yes, but that's another topic.
for religious purposes. The 14th Amendment is a charitable trust.
We going all the way back. See how she said it's a charitable trust? Earlier she said it created the sub-estate. But I told y'all what actually did it was we was looking for this answer. We got to go back to the source. 1933 or whenever that stock theft was, and I believe that's it right there. That's when all the transferred to funds and
Unknown caller.
let's see what somebody says. Let's see if we can get an intelligent caller. Coffee and Kush TV, Kev Gills, you on the air? What up?
What's going on, Professor? This is Brian King. I just want to call and chime in really quick on that part you just touched on with you said that was 1933, correct?
I think that's when they hit more than likely, yes.
Yes, sir. So it says on March 5th, 1933, the day after his inauguration, President Roosevelt called a special session of Congress to address the nation's economic crisis and declared a 4-day banking holiday, which shut down the banking system, including the Federal Reserve. So it sounds like a reset almost.
There you go.
It down, but and then the crazy part is though, you know, your boy
President Woodrow Wilson, the one that looked like the Pope, which is the church, right?
Yes.
He's the one that signed the Federal Reserve into law.
Who signed it? Who signed it into law?
President Woodrow Wilson.
And didn't I say he was the one that created genocide and the Holocaust?
Yes, sir.
There it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, he signed it into law just 20 years before Theodore Roosevelt did the little reset and busted up the trust officially for real. So, yes, sir.
Incredible. Pope Pius or Woodrow Wilson. Lord have mercy.
So that's all I wanted to chime in, just add to. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, chap.
At the top, you do.
That's why everything's in a private corporation. Right. Social Security.
That's why everything is in a private corporation.
Yeah, well, okay, the way I see it is the Federal Reserve Act created the trust fund, okay?
Created the trust slush fund, okay?
It established the trust fund. It actually did establish even maybe a lesser estate than the 14th Amendment.
So it may have created a backdoor, but I doubt it. I think it's just the beginning of the sub estate.
A non-freehold estate.
Like a submarine, like maritime. And wasn't, oh my goodness, what's her name? What gasoline draws Maxwell? Didn't she have a submarine? A submarine? Old girl with Maxwell. She knew the law very well. Press 1. Wasn't Epstein tied to the 19-something trust, music trust? We're going to get back to that.
The Social Security Act itself created possibilities for beneficiaries to draw from the trust fund.
Look, they made it possibility for them to draw from the trust fund. So they can say, oh, okay, you can borrow against your Social Security.
That's where you separate the gold and silver from the Federal Reserve note. Now you're a beneficiary over here under your Mortmain principles, collecting money that is for the beneficiaries of the 14th Amendment.
Boom! She's breaking it down. They're dead. They're dead. The heirs are dead. You're collecting money on the principles of Mortmain principles. Press 1. You're getting a full package, full ride scholarship.
Estate and trust. So we're going to get into this further. I want to pray when I can. I wish I hadn't brought that up so soon.
She said, I wish I would have.
On page 560, in the early law, the position was taken that a corporation could not hold to uses or be a trustee on account of its impersonal, artificial character. It had no conscience.
Bingo. So Mickey Mouse don't got no conscience. The strawman don't got no conscience. It cannot be the controller of the one with no brain. This is why this is the winner of balls, because the strawman don't got no brain, so he can't be the controller. The lion ain't got no heart. The Tin Man, the tax identification number need oil to even work. Press 1. And meanwhile, Dorothy is clicking her goddamn shoes, imagining things. Press 1. She did, and it's moral of the story: follow the gold bars, follow the money. Follow the goddamn yellow brick road. There ain't no Dorothy. It's just Mr. Gillespie. President, well, ain't no damn Dorothy. It's me and my fresh Jordans. President. My flights. This shit retarded as hell. This is a damn shame that we gotta figure this shit out in 2022. And I ain't graduating nothing. Y'all ain't really thought about this shit. It's a damn shame. We got to do it. Lord have mercy. Just follow the money.
Equity could not act on it by a decree strictly in personam. This objection was overcome as early as the middle of the 18th century. This is when they started to attack the mortmain statutes.
See, that's the 1900s. Don't let them convince you that the 18th century was the 1800s, because you know they just added 1,000 years. They just don't give a damn. They just put 1,000 years up. So that means that 1800 century is really the 1900. Okay, black folk, because that's how dumb they think we is. We ain't gonna catch the 1,000 years. But see, God gave them 1,000, gave Satan 1,000 years. He gave 1,000. I knew that number would be significant in the end days. Press 1, because the end of time is real. That's why. 1,000 damn years you done made up and was ruling this whole earth this whole time. This whole 1,000 years just been you, Queen Elizabeth I and King George, and then you this whole time. Get the fuck out. Press 1.
Okay. In modern times, corporate trustees are probably more common than individual trustees. And the trust company, the professional corporate trustee, assumes an ever larger position in trust management. Boy, it sure has. It is obvious that the charter or incorporation papers of a corporation, considered in the light of the statutes and constitution of the state, will determine the capacity of a corporation to administer a trust. Let's turn pages. Let's go on. The Law of Trustees and Trust by Bogert, again, Volume 2. Now we get into federal income tax, duty to make a return.
Where is it?
143, Section 264. Trustees are under a duty to make a return of income of the trust if its net income was $100 a year or over, or its gross income $600 a year or more, if the beneficiary is a non-resident alien. Footnote 39. Please go down to footnote 39, letter C. Do you see on the side there where I have written? This was valid in 1910. Any fiduciary required to make a return under this chapter shall be subject to all the provisions of law which apply to individuals. What law applied to individuals in 1910 with the duty to make a return? When was the 16th so-called amendment passed?
1913. No, 1914, wasn't it?
It was after 1910.
No, you're right. So it was 1913. Yeah.
Well, it never was ratified, but supposedly in 19.
Well, even if it was or if it wasn't, here we're discussing that individuals are supposed to have made a return prior to the supposed enactment of an individual income tax return.
Corporations.
This was for trusts. What they did was they created the laws that were going to apply.
Boom. They never paid the money. They didn't create the laws. The law is on the books for the corporation to pay the heirs to even operate here. And they haven't pay the money. In fact, they took into camps the people. Deemed the king, what would they say? Incapable or something of the sort. But they never paid on the land. And by now, it's probably trillions. Trillions. They haven't paid on the land, is what I'm saying. On the land itself. They haven't paid at all. That wasn't they pre-planted. This was the stipulations. This is part of the contract.
To us before they applied it to us, and they applied it to the trusts that were in existence. They attacked the existing trust at that time in order to break them down so that it could eventually come around and be applied to us under what they've already established.
So how are you now looking for the people who was broken down shit after what was broken down was given to you? How are you now in this time looking for more? And just insane.
Yes.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens. He is crazy.
Yes.
These people are really psycho and sociopaths. I don't even know how we even put up with this shit. This is sociopathic, fucking psychopathic, genocidal crazy. Okay? This the type of shit you can't have a this is what makes you a straw man, because you don't have a conscience. That right there. That's the difference in seed. Cain seed and Abel seed. Cain and Abel. Adam seed, press one. This is the difference. It's the spirit that one have and one does not.
We go on. Okay, returns. If the return is made on the basis of the calendar year, it must be made by April 15th. The laws were already established before they created them toward us.
Boom.
Wasn't that generous of them?
These were the rules. This was the income tax. We already read if you didn't pay your income tax and you didn't pay your tax, all your property was seized. Because you're not keeping your oath. You're not by right even, we brought you here to work and become emancipated and free from your communistic and social home back home. Y'all got to understand, you was not a slave in the 1800s. You was nowhere near that.
And down here it says, if he makes oath that he has sufficient knowledge to the affairs of the trust to enable him to make the return, and that the return is correct to the best of his knowledge and belief. Here we have your statement of perjury. Now, trusts were attacked in court openly, from what I gather from about 1893 to about 1925, even further on.
Yep. See? It's well off. That's like civil rights, 30s, 40s, 50s, in court, open session, which is up there on damn C-SPAN. That's a court. They're debating laws and principles all up in the Senate and all that. They do that all the time. And you ain't paying no attention. You just see it as white people boring talking.
They were attacked in order to destroy.
Meanwhile, they're destroying things.
Destroy the integrity of our trust.
Facts.
To chip away at the building blocks, the foundation of this country, to get through to this. Now on page 164, I don't know if any of you have ever received letters from the Internal Revenue Service or the Social Security Department saying that something about a right to receive. If you probably would skim right over it. Okay, everything's all about a right to receive. When they use the words right to receive, there is a trust involved. And on 164, there's a little line there is talking about the beneficiary has a right to receive. And so does page 165. If you ever see that wording in a letter that you receive, they just informed you of a trust. They just informed you. They didn't use the word, but they just informed you. That's how they inform you deviously, okay? Under the table, underhand. Now, according to Bogert, on page 216, it starts, there was a case in 1925, Frick v. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and says in the decision in Frick v. Pennsylvania, it put an end to all this and placed property taxes and inheritance taxes on essentially the same basis, so far as the power to tax with reference to chattels were concerned. Now, I've read this court case, and I can't find it, but I believe truly that this man knows exactly what he talks about, and that inheritance taxes and property taxes were placed on the same basis and same level. Like I said, I've read the case, and I keep scratching my head going, now, how did they figure that one out? Obviously, it's got to be in there somehow and somewhere.
Probably the wording. Some wording.
Oh, I'm pretty good at figuring out wording. But have you read it? You haven't read it? I've read it. And I take this man's word for it, because this gentleman or these gentlemen knew a tremendous amount, and they gave a tremendous amount of information on trust, and they evidently saw it. I believe it's there. I just haven't figured out exactly how it's worded in the Frick case to have property taxes and inheritance taxes placed on the same, essentially on the same basis. Okay, so now here we have the income tax and the presumably the inheritance tax going like this. We're now on the same basis. So this is how they brought all the trust stuff into our supposed income tax. Okay, do we get it? The couple paragraphs down, as will be shown later, the estates of aliens and non-resident citizens are to some extent subject to the federal estate tax. Some extent. We're still on the same page, 217. Okay, the last paragraph. The estates of aliens and non-resident citizens are to some extent subject to the federal estate tax. Now, what if you were a non-resident alien in this country? A lot of people are attempting to use the non-resident alien argument. And it's, are you really a non-resident alien? Are you, what the heck are we? Are we really sovereign citizens? Are we heirs? I'm an heir. But a lot of people are using the non-resident alien argument, and it may or may not be exactly what they think it is, because I have found different wording or a different way of writing or saying non-resident alien, and I don't think it means non-resident alien, but then I may be wrong. We'll be reading that shortly. I'll let you determine exactly what it means. News at 11. Gift tax, page 306. The federal gift tax was incorporated into the Revenue Act of 1924, but was eliminated in the revision of 1926. For 6 years, there was no such federal tax. But in 1932, this feature of the tax statute was reinstated, and it is to be found in the present statute in detail and elaborate form, having been amended from time to time between 1932 and 1951. Well, my gosh, they took it out for 6 years, from 1924 to 1932. This must be important. Okay, the gift tax stuff. Why would they have taken the gift tax stuff out for 6 years and then put it back in around about the time the Social Security Act came in? Does that seem to make a question arise in your mind? Gift tax taken out for 6 years? If it's an estate, if this is an estate and the 14th Amendment creates an estate, what is the income tax? Down at the bottom, let's see. The statute applies to gifts of property of all kinds, whether the gift is by trust or otherwise, and is direct or indirect. If the transfer is a citizen or resident alien, the act applies to transfers of any of his property. But if he is a non-resident alien, it governs only as to property situated within the United States. A couple bells go off? A bell go off? Any bell go off?
Probably be dinging.
A little ding, just a little ding? Did you catch a little word such as the words situated within the United States? You ever hear that before? The tax is not imposed on the recipient of the property by the donee. On the contrary, the tax is primary and personal. Liability of the donor is an excise upon his act of making the transfer, is measured by the value of the property passing from the donor. Any more bells go off? Definition of charitable trust. Now we're going to go into charitable trusts, folks. Okay, we just touched upon taxation as found under trusts. Okay, and it's bringing out little bells and little catch things, that keep getting your attention. Like, oh, what was that? Did you see that shadow flick by? Was it something truly there? Okay, we want to find out if these little shadows flicking by us are in our imagination or if they actually exist.
Can't wait to see when it says voluntary compliance.
Oh, it's voluntary.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, it's voluntary. You volunteer to take under the will. You made that election with voluntarily. Now, charitable trusts. Let's see. The preamble of the statute. We're on page 418 of Bogert's. The preamble of the statute of charitable uses gave illustrations of current charitable trust, but was not intended to set forth an exhaustive list of trust. Going further on, showing the kinds of objects in which the 17th century were regarded as social benefit, but surely could not reasonably be considered as a measure of 20th century social policies or purposes. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet? Let's see. Oh, by the way, just to go off side, that the statute of uses, not charitable uses, I don't know about it, but the statute of uses in England was repealed in 1925. Great timing. Them and us. 1925 was repealed. This is a statute of 43 Elizabeth C4, made in 1601. Okay, now this is a long time before the revolution in our country. Here the founding fathers were, fighting for the Magna Carta. Now the Magna Carta was written in 1215. Here they were fighting for the Magna Carta in 1775, 1774, 200 odd years. Okay, here we are now 200 odd years again away, fighting for the same thing that they fought for 200 years ago, or wanting to fight. Not even pre-revolutionary war, if there's going to be one. Hopefully, it would be nice to have a civil understanding between the government and ourselves. But the jumps were, they did not forget the Magna Carta. And now I am not forgetting the Magna Carta, nor am I forgetting the estate and the preamble. So time comes down to just, the argument just happened yesterday, as far as I'm concerned, with the Founding Fathers and the Magna Carta in 1215. Everything was just like it was yesterday. To me, I've reduced time to a very short period of time. But the statute of uses, again, or the statute of charitable uses, relief of aged, isn't that Social Security? Do we say, okay, the relief of aged, impotent, and poor people, that is definitely, absolutely Social Security. Okay, if you can relate to something and it starts looking like it, it must be it. As far as I'm concerned, the statute of charitable uses is the English Social Security, form of Social Security. there may be a section somewhere around here where it shows that taxes in England are for charitable uses.
Marriages and formations.
Yes.
One of the other areas.
Did you happen to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's for houses of corrections. Okay, tradesmen. Here we could have employment. The redemption of prisoners. Here we have our prisons. The ease of any poor inhabitant. Here we have all our socialized benefits, our socialism. Okay, it comes from the Statute of Uses. So here we can look at the 14th Amendment and say it must involve a charitable use, a charitable trust. Yes, it does. Okay, let's pass on. Okay, if we look at the 14th Amendment, is beginning to look like a charitable trust. It is. Now on page 451 we go into Mortmain. The English Mortmain and Charitable Uses Act. Oh my God, they just right in together. There's a little marked section in the footnote of that. It says a charitable trust may be created by will by the incorporation by reference into the will of the resolution, declaration, or trust agreement executed by a community trust if such instrument is recorded in the office of the Secretary of State. Okay, whatever happens in small trust happens in our trust and big trusts, okay? Now, when we look at the 14th Amendment, we found here that we could not name the heir. The 14th Amendment names an heir. It names the heir. But it doesn't do it here, it does it over here. So here we have a separate estate that is lessened. We have a life estate that only is good for your life. It cannot pass on to an heir. And it is a trust. We're beginning to establish that it is a trust under the charitable uses. And let's try to skip on because I think I'm going to have to have a break shortly. I wanted to see if I could find Cypress. Now, under charitable trusts is where CPRE comes up. And what CPRE means is that somebody has the ability to change the trust. In England, the king could change the trust, or the Lord Chancellor. Okay, but the Lord Chancellor only had limited capability to change the trust. He couldn't do a lot. He could only do a little bit to a charitable trust or to any trust. The king had ultimate power. In the United States, the Congress did not have CPRE power. It was not given to them. It was not one of the prerogatives given from the Crown, and it is a prerogative. It's the parens patriae prerogative, meaning parens patriae, mother of the country. Okay, the state has parens patriae power.
Boom. Parens patriae.
The states. And charitable trusts fall under the CPRE power, and I'm trying to find this.
That goes back into the corporation. There it is. It's all here. It's all here.
You said that the government had no CPRE power?
The United States government has no CPRE power. They exercise a power that was resembled that. I've been trying.
And they go through the state. As a collective, it makes up the United States because the states are given the CPRE power, the estate. And they've taken that and divided that in the midst of those 50 niggas that Tupac got tatted on him. Those 50 nations who took each estate, took the estate and divided it amongst themselves. That's why you don't vote for a president. Everything that happens at the state level. The federal government is the boogeyman. That's the Pope in him. You got all the power. The people. I don't even know what you're fighting for. There is no fight. You won if you knew what you were doing and thinking. That's all. You won. You have everything you need.
Trying to find it in the court case, the Mormon Church court case.
Look, here
in the
it is.
latter part of last century.
The Mormon court case.
Bogert here says that the United States government did not have it, but they exercised something that resembled it in that particular case.
The Latter-day Saints. That's going into a whole nother conversation we're going to have a little later.
He goes into governmental trust on page 162. Hopefully we'll here we are on the next page. Yes, okay. Section 432 on page 321. Judicial and prerogative cypress powers. Sometimes I say cypress, sometimes I say cypress. In England, a distinction has been...
So Cypress Hill, cypress, that's all it is.
...drawn between the cypress power, which is vested in the Court of Chancery and is exercisable by it usually through a master, and on the other hand, the cypress power vested in the Crown as a parens patriae, also known as the prerogative power, which is exercised by the sign manual, etc., at the suggestion of the Attorney General. The power of the court is almost always based on the existence of a charitable trust, okay, or of an absolute gift to a charitable organization. The royal power is exercised in several cases where there is a gift for charity without a trust. That's the royal power. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is when Congress applied the cypress power to the Mormon Church, or what appeared to be the cypress power,
here it is.
They took a power that they didn't have.
There it is.
The ability to change a trust.
And change the what? We talked about it earlier. What it meant. Exactly the intent of it. You don't have to change the trust if you can just change the intent. Press 1.
Or create a trust. It applies to this, okay? The 14th Amendment was already in existence, but they didn't have the power to create a trust. So they snuck a little bit of it, took it, the cypress power. They didn't have the power, only the states had it. So let's see if we can sneak it through here, and nobody will look and nobody will notice, and then we'll get some clear footing here and create the Federal Reserve Act, the
Boom.
Trust
Bam.
Funds, and
Trust Fund,
and the Social Security Act, and whatever they were going to create in the future, because they're at least 20 years in advance knowing what they're going to do. Okay, page 330.
Damn, she laid that out so clean.
The doctrine of cypress is a doctrine of prerogative. This comes straight from the Crown. When the King signed the Treaty of Peace, he gave the states, the people of the estates, the prerogatives of the Crown. Of course, Congress did get some, but not all.
The prerogative of the Crown. Hence, it's my prerogative. It's my prerogative. You had the prerogative of the Crown.
Cypress is enforced in some states. In the states where cypress is not enforced, the failure of a charitable trust gives rise to a resulting trust for the settlor or his successors. So we're talking about the creation, the manifestation of a trust. And Congress, on page 335, it shows you that 1890 was the Mormon Church incidents where the Supreme Court seems to have sanctioned the use by Congress of something like the prerogative cypress right there. Right.
Told them, right, who did? Supreme Court.
Right there, they broke our trust. They created a second trust, or gave them the authority to do so.
Boom. Trust busters against the Supreme Court. Trust buster, 1933. It's all here. It's all here. It's all here. The only thing left is who has the power of Excalibur Press 1. That's it. That's it. This is where the Excalibur, this is the power source here. That's why the sword is stuck in a rock. Are we talking about Plymouth Rock or Paramount?
Okay, they took the authority illegally by the Cypress power, by exerting this power that they'd never had.
Never had.
Now, do you get the idea of what Cypress means? Okay, you won't get it all at first because Cypress is like kind of scattered out there, and it's like a bee you're trying to grab a hold of. You kind of get it, but it's not really clear enough. And once you get that it's basically the power to change or create a trust, okay, then you're beginning to get it.
So Cypress Hill, Capitol Hill gives the power. They got the power from where? The church, the Latter-day Saints. Well, how did they have it? Well, we'll go back to how they got the names and the records, how they knew all this.
But they did not have that power. Okay.
That would be for charitable reasons.
For charitable purposes, they had no power. The king alone has the power, which is the people, the sovereign heirs.
The sovereign heirs, the people that's being spoken about, they alone have the power. Not Ricky Ricardo, not Lopez, not Jim Jong-un. And the king is a servant of the people. That's why he the king. And niggas want to be the king because they saw T.I. video. Press 1. Niggas want the king because they want the girls. Niggas want the king. Niggas want to be king, but none of them have the passion, the compassion of Christ himself. None of them think about Christ, a real king. None of them think about what it takes to have the crown or what it even means. They just know it comes with saying. It's like getting a rap career with a lot of these people. You think you can be signed to heavenly records and shit? That's their problem.
Okay, they alone had the people. The states had the parents patriae. That's why that welfare, state welfare, is the state's business. That's
told you. That's why welfare. You heard that?
Shame.
That's it.
Shame.
That's why
Shame.
Welfare is the state's business. And who make up on welfare? They say you, but you got to be on welfare. See, boy, if you wasn't on welfare, the state wouldn't even need. You wouldn't need the state. You wouldn't need the welfare state if you had your benefit. So the benefit, the state needs you on welfare so it can exist, so they can pull from the estate. How many estates they pulling from if all these black men is in prison? Press 1. How many estates have they stolen? See? You got to look at it like that. How many heirs of estates Planned Parenthood wiped out? This is the blasphemy. This is the compassion here. Yeah. Well, you guess how many? But we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
their parents' patriae, sovereign power. Okay, it's a charitable use, welfare, state welfare. Of course, it comes from the federal government, but they try to hide that. Moving right along. Oh my gosh, are we going to get through this? Or is okay. I feel like I'm rushing. Okay. We've hit trust, we've hit charitable trust. We're looking at the 14th Amendment as a charitable trust. Okay, or a trust having charitable attributes. Next, we have a few ditties on guardian and ward. 39 Amjor 2D, section or page 159. My, what is this? A trust relationship between guardian and ward?
Guardian and ward. Okay. Only ward we know is the ward of the state. The penitentiary. You see why you in jail? Let's go. Criminal.
Is a 14th Amendment citizen a ward?
Page is that? 159? Yeah.
159, Section 208. Okay, it has been said that in no relation except perhaps that of parent and child or husband and wife are the elements of confidence on one side and active good faith on the other more essential than in the relation of guardian and ward. The ward is frequently a minor and often so young as to be entirely dependent on his guardian.
That's why you're a minor. And make you totally dependent on what? Your guardian. You ever saw the movie Guardian of the Galaxy and all that? Okay. Minority. My mama said. Oh yeah, they know that. They know your mama said, trust me.
The guardian is sometimes the ward's father or mother. And if not, sustains a quasi-parental relation. The government itself is, in a sense, the supreme guardian, whom the individual guardian represents in its solicitude for the welfare of the wards.
Right there.
Oh, what wards?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean there must be specific words? I doubt it. Guardianship, therefore, has been said to be a trust of the highest and most sacred character.
That's right. Because these people are adolescent minded. So you got to be mentally capable and disciplined to hire to even have the assets of people in Bungalow 54. These niggas... You understand what I'm saying? These niggas is the most wasteful spenders of all time. That's why.
Oh, yeah?
Now, believe it or not, they are a guardian up here. Mm-hmm. It is a trust of the most sacred and highest character. They are also a guardian down here, guardian-ward relationship in a 14th Amendment area. Okay? Different effect and different rules and different principles. But they are still a guardian of our covenants and trusts and everything up here in the preamble of the highest character. This is parens patriae, okay? As you notice on the side, it defines actually parens patriae. Now, down at the bottom, you notice that the confidential relationship immediately arises between a person-appointed guardian and his ward for the benefit of the ward upon the guardian's taking his oath, executing the required bond, entering on the discharge of his duties, and receiving as guardian property, money, or effects of his ward. These people have taken oaths, they have bonds, they have entered upon the duties, they are guardians, it is a trust, and when we get right down to it, these oaths, the oath is where God lies, and the bond is what needs to be attacked. Okay, next page, page 26. What they're discussing here are wards being infants or other incompetents. The heir
You incompetent. So if you're incompetent, you don't know the law. You don't know the law, you're incompetent. You need somebody to speak for you. So for the most part, us brothers, we got to get our brains right, you know, and understand the difference between ward, guardian, and all of these other things, what places them over you, especially if you're a criminal.
of the preamble state are neither incompetents nor are they infants. They were sui juris and in their majority, meaning that they were of age 21 years old, they were citizens and therefore could vote. 14th Amendment citizen, on the other hand, is either or an infant or incompetent.
So you becoming incompetent knocked you off. You became incompetent when you became a citizen. You got to be incompetent and retarded to give up your right and sovereignty to go get what? A hamburger and french fries from Uber Eats? You got to be retarded. You got to be retarded. Well, hang out with these people so bad that you would give up your right for your birthright for a morsel of meat. President, you got to be something wrong with you. The Bible say, do not be like Esau. The first thing you do is be like Esau. Verse 1, they're like Esau. Give up his birthright. Don't stand for nothing. Don't fight for it. Don't speak for it. Just sit by long enough so your woman can rule over you and the kids can pop you upside your lemon head. Press 1. That's all.
That is what the 14th Amendment was created for. Infants or incompetents.
For kids. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Because maybe if I did, I wouldn't be, I couldn't be. You shouldn't be couldn't be a Toys R Us kid. Remember that? That's keeping you in a mind control, a childlike state of mind. Crazy.
Okay, continue on. Here we have things on infants and incompetence, protection and custody. Now we get into the parens patriae, which is attached to Cypress. The state, through its proper organs, exercises its power for the protection of infants, since page 20, since it, as parens patriae, is the guardian of the children within its jurisdiction. The federal government, however, does not stand in the position of parens patriae with reference to the persons and property of infants, except in the territories and the District of Columbia.
Told you. So it's the state. Press 1. Feds say, look, we ain't got nothing to do with that. The only thing we do is go over to the District of Columbia. See, but the state and the federal government relationship is a lot closer, like we all know, right? So, but this is trickery. This is how they get us.
The United States government does not have parens patriae power. The states have parens patriae.
Except in the District of Columbia.
Oh, except in the District of Columbia and the territories.
The state.
So the media is broadcasting like they got all the power in Washington. Press 1. They got you boopity-bopping your head. You arguing with Washington. Meanwhile, your local Gavin Newsom governor is running off with the funds. Meanwhile, your local Democratic asshole and Republican asshole is running off with the shit. All working in the back pocket of lobbyists who work for international corporations. Again, to create more laws that enables them more loopholes for them to do the shit from their home nation. Like Hillary Clinton when she go on vacation in fucking Japan, some goddamn where she takes all the secrets with her.
At this point now, yes, it is the states as defined under the Buck Act. Okay.
Not states, but the state.
But the states as defined under the Buck Act, which is found in Title IV. Okay? Once they statutorily define something, they change it. For example, employment has been statutorily defined under the Social Security Act. It is no longer the employment that we know it as here. Okay? It is owned, possessed, or ceded to. Once something is statutorily defined, the United States now owns it, or it has been ceded to it. It is now falls within the corporate mortmain capacity. Boy, they've really shredded this country apart, haven't they?
Ye old shredders.
This poor woman here looks like she's about ready to cry or like, oh no, I didn't know all this. It gets overwhelming. You know, what they've done looks overwhelming, and we really must try to we know what they've done. Now we know really what they've done. You know, we're down to the nitty-gritty here. Again, on page 21, they bring into the discussion parents patriae. The state, as parents patriae, is authorized to legislate for the protection of care for the care of children under its jurisdiction. Now, when we're talking about infants, okay, we're also bringing in the incompetent people, okay, because they all fall in the same hat. Okay,
I told you, Bungalow 54. I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one. No, but all these people exist in the same program. Press 1. I need a tax write-off for this shit. Yeah, no, the retarded Balenciaga wearers, Down syndrome, grown-ass men with childlike brains. Press 1. All these motherfuckers in the same classroom. I call the bungalow. Lord have mercy. That's a trip. How medically it's proven medically that they all under the same umbrella. Incapacitated individual. Belong in an asylum. Take them to jail. Either get them some medication or take them to jail. Either one, I'm getting a tax write-off. That's how they be looking at us.
Infants and incompetence fall in the same hat. So
told you. Incompetent.
This applies to them.
Infant is incompetent. So if you got an infant at your house and you got an older brother, 15, 16, they got the same brain if you live in our communities. If they're between the ages of 3 days old and 22 or 23, the infant, the teenager, and the young adult is all, and the nigga itself is all one. There's no different in it. It's the only nation in the world where the black man is the infant, the teenager. His whole life, he's the damn infant. Lord have mercy.
Now, when you're an infant, let's see, the jurisdiction of equity over persons of property originated in the it originated in the prerogative of the Crown of England, okay, arising from its general duty as parents patriae to protect persons.
Crown of England, which is King George and them, was your parent. Press 1 because George knew you was retarded. You had to be free. You had some things you had to learn. Oh my goodness, man. If this ain't the best movie of all time, the Bible, our life, and just the silliness of it all when you finally get Adam's trouble is just getting it right. Gee Louise, can we get it right this time? So the king had parent patria. That's your daddy. Press 1. He married to the game. That's who he called his wife. And say I die alone, I told that bitch, she probably right. Press 1. This is the thought process of these individuals.
Who have no other rightful protector. Oh, God, I don't know if I have another rightful protector. This goes into heavily what parents patriae is. Now, on the next page, on page 66 in section 65, you will see something that says liability for necessaries.
Tell us something, right, lady?
This is a principle applied to the Social Security Act and your income tax and et cetera, et cetera. It is well established that an infant is liable for the value of necessaries furnished to him.
Oh my goodness. So I got to pay for the crib, the baby, the infant, even though the parent had a whole baby shower. Nigga had a whole $1 million donated from family and friend. Had a whole Target gift card for $1,500. Had a whole new Xbox and all this new stuff, all on the baby. The baby is now liable for the cost of every damn thing. Come on now, make it make sense.
If you're an infant or an incompetent, you're liable for the necessaries furnished to you.
Oh my goodness! So we got to pay for so not only did we have the roads, did we pay for our roads? We got to pay doubly. We got to pay for every damn thing, even though it's supposed to be ours. We got to pay for it, even though it's gifted in the whatchamacallit through this shit that they made up for us. Lord have mercy.
An infant's liability for necessaries is based not upon his actual contract.
This is how you end up in debt when you're a child and the state is charging you for baby bottles. Best one. Remember them baby bottles we got you? When? Nigga, when you was 2 months old, that's what the fuck when. Your mama was on welfare. And guess what we got? We got the receipt. We got 3 Gerber nipples a week. Press 1. They come back with all this shit at the end of the day. Nigga, you remember that? Because you was 2 months old. They act like the Truman Show. We've been watching you since you was 2 months old. Just caring for you. Making sure all goes right. And making sure, what's better than this? What's better than this? Press 1. What's better than this world I've provided for you? We've watched you guys go from slaves to football players. From slaves to football players. Yeah. We was there when y'all took y'all first knee. What the fuck, Terrell, man? When we was there, bruh. Remember Jackie Robinson? Remember him? And we was there watching, grafting you niggas into what you are today. Press 1. Thugs and criminals. The fucking Truman Show ain't shit, bruh. They got us.
Pay for them, but upon a contract implied by law. Have all you people been asking for the contract? You know, where's the contract that I signed that said I have to do this? It's right here. Because it is presumed that you were being supplied the necessaries of life to take care of an infant or an incompetent. Or in other words, a quasi-contract. Thus, an infant is liable for the value of necessaries if they are furnished to him under such circumstances.
But this is against Supreme Court law because you cannot enter a contract with children. Press 1. So they went against everything the law stands for. Press 1. Now, me and you know as adults, you cannot do that with children. So, since we kids, press 1. Why you think God said, be ye like what? Because we finna kick their ass. Press 1, because that's what we is. Kids, a bunch of children who figured it out. Press 1. We the children of Israel, fool. We figured it out, and we not legally responsible for your fuck up because we kids. Remember, your dumb ass got parent patria over some grown. That's your problem. You adopted us and then wanted to go on and make us sign things. We was illiterate, fool. We are niggas. We are niggas. We don't know nothing. Just give me a PPP loan and right at the end say we going to jail in 2 weeks. I'ma sign it. Guess why? Because I'm a nigga. I'm a childlike person who don't read this. Now that's why you gotta go home. Cause God want us this free, nigga. We don't want to be looking behind the press 1. What's wrong with you? God want us like children, bro. Chill out. That's how we stay young, nigga. Y'all compiled all these bills and motherfucking refrigerator bullshit, bro. All this dumbass life. Got us living month to month, every 2 months. You get up, mom, you get 3 months ahead. You finally saved up some bucks. And God damn it, something happened. I don't give a fuck what you is on earth. I tried to do it and I don't even got no damn card. Press 1. Uber crashed and sent me the bill. Press 1. Cab was on. we showing you this the fourth Uber. Uber calling my ass, nigga. God, what do y'all want? I'm saying Uber. How the fuck I'm getting? Is it a fucking app? Do we pay a monthly subscription to Uber, or did we just download it? Like, do they got us paying $10 a month? Cause I'm like, I didn't order no Uber from San Francisco. I'm not even in it no damn San, but it's just like reoccurring. I think they getting them. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired of all these fucking bills every fucking month. Shit, I don't even got Roku. I don't even got fucking Roku. How the fuck I got YouTube? I download and watch fights illegally. I don't have these things you pay for subscription. That's how we got to think about these amendments and laws. How these laws affecting me? No, I didn't sign up for this. Hell no. What amendment is this? Hell no. Give up my right for, take all this shit back. What's this? A bill? Take it back. Press 1, take it back. That's how we supposed to be with the law, not with dumbass county building problem, with food stamp, arguing with the lady behind the fucking desk. Man, we supposed to be arguing with these representatives, looking at them like they retarded, like we know what y'all doing. Press 1. Fuck these bills in capital letters. Press 1. That ain't us. Press 1.
That a promise to pay for them can be inferred.
Motherfucker, that ain't us. God damn it. Damn, they got us.
And he is likewise liable for necessaries furnished to supply his urgent need, even though he is too young to understand the contract for such necessaries.
Okay, see? Even though he is too young to understand the contract for such necessities. Wow. Wow. That's your way out, though. See, I see a possibility.
Next page, 67. The rule that an infant is liable for necessaries furnished to him was incorporated into Section 2 of the Uniform Sales Act, which provided that where necessaries are sold and delivered to an infant, he must pay a reasonable price for, although the comparable provision in the Uniform Commercial Code, while other UCC comes up, simply provide in part that unless displaced by the particular provisions of such code, the principles of law and equity and the law relating to capacity contract, etc., 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 he's bound by his contract. Right here is where you get the contract that the Social Security is upholding against you because you're an incompetent or an infant obtaining its necessaries. You will also find that in the next one under incompetent persons. An incompetent may become liable by way of contract implied in law for necessaries provided to his dependents or to himself. Next page, what are necessaries? The determination of what articles furnish an insane person, oh my gracious, are necessaries depends not merely on their nature but also on whether they are proper and suitable according to the circumstances and his condition of life. The term is not restricted to articles that are basically essential to existence but includes all articles and services proper for the normal maintenance of the incompetent. The wants or needs of an insane or other incompetent person which are personal to body and mind are necessaries. Here you have all the necessaries in life being provided to you by the Social Security Department in a social welfare state. Do you see it? Do you see the necessaries being that everything now can be construed as a necessary being provided to you as an incompetent person? Under this estate, are the building blocks building up from this?
Oh, you have to give it back. You see? You have to give it back. Give him what give Caesar what Caesar is due. Give it back. That's what it's about. Give it back.
Coming down. Yeah. We also mentioned how a trust is terminated. There's no one inflexible mode for termination of the trust. We are all terminating this trust. When you apply for that Social Security number, you terminate this trust. You repudiate it. When you send in that 1040 every year, you repudiate the Constitution itself. That driver's license, everything the laws have been set up to do, force you to repudiate the trust. Now on page 388, we're going to go into spendthrift trust and similar protective trust. Now, the Federal Reserve Act, I tried to find the tape somebody way back when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, some prominent person said that this creates the largest trust ever known on the face of this world, or earth, or something to that effect, and I couldn't find the tape as to who said it. Oh, it was you. It was in your tape then.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. That creates the trust. Okay. The 14th Amendment per se did not. It created a life estate which diminished this estate. Now, in my perception, the Federal Reserve Act, in conjunction with the Social Security Act, diminished the estate one more time. And I perceive it a possibility to be a lesser estate and one that is not a freehold estate. Even the 14th Amendment is a freehold estate, but it is a life estate. Okay? So now the estates are becoming diminished and more restriction is being placed on us, and we're going back into feudal times and servitudes and serfdoms and slaveries as the estate is being diminished, because that is the only way it can go. It is going in that direction. It already has. And we're going to get into the spendthrift trust here, because the 14th Amendment, the Federal Reserve Act under the 14th Amendment, created a spendthrift trust for incompetents and infants who were wards. Okay?
There you go. Wards of the state, a.k.a. state property, Jay-Z. Press 1. Down you see the significance in ankle monitors and private prison investments and things of that nature. All right, then. That's what's important. We got part 4 to go, but I don't want to overdo y'all little minds. Press 1. We've been on here for 5 hours. Press 1. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We've been up here for 5 hours. Taking this serious. Make sure you support the broadcast. Go over to my Cash App. My cash tag is, you know the story. You know the story. But we'll watch part 4 tomorrow, of course, tomorrow morning, and finish that up and go off into, how the time frame, who was the president at the time. What was the president's 5 years before the busting up of the trust? Who helped bust it up? And a lot of conversation going towards Mr. Roosevelt, Adolf Hitler. Brian King called today and talked about Woodrow Wilson and who signed these things into law. You can't look at it like, oh, this president to this president. Oh, this is how America was. No, they were busting up the trust that whole time. And their account of history, if you don't keep hold of them, it'll be all over the place. You'll be jumping from time immemorial to a different time and back into reality. When the Catholic Church is stealing and murdering people, they'll go all the way back into the early years of King George the First and 1403 when they arrived on shores. But they can't get past the fact that King George freed the slaves. He made trafficking illegal. That's how he freed them. He made trafficking and human cargo illegal. So dressing you up as a slave and making it look like British people beat you and sold you is a good cover story for the Romanovs. Press 1. If all that is time immemorial, they'll love to say you came from Africa. But what if you were the Brit? What if you was the King George? What if Charlotte and all that was right here in the Americas and the territories of your forefathers, the freemen of this nation? What if they just got here in the early 1900s as some sort of overthrow of your kingdom, and you've been in servitude and impoverished and enslaved ever since to your own strawman, to your own name. The alien came and took your name and took your birthright and took everything and laugh in your face and tell you to pick yourself up by the bootstrap. That's where you are. So you need to know, how do you get your name back? What is classifications? What is status and all these other things, so you can have a general idea of how they were able to bust open the trust and steal the benefit package that came from your forefathers. I mean, divine right. And you don't know what that is. Every time somebody say right, you think of Adolf Hitler, but they're white privilege. There's just hidden white privilege, you say. There's this. Well, it's because they took your status, and you can just see something. You can see them being treated a little different, but it's a little deeper than that. Well, shout out to y'all. Again, tomorrow, feel free to call in. I'm only on air as long as y'all want me to be. As long as y'all participate, I'm all good. 424-209-9506 is the number. Shout out to Amanda for his glory, Shiva, Humble, Brittany, Lewis, Bocat, Anjanita Moore, Jamie Lee, for his glory, all of y'all, Terrell Bay, shout out Rico Slim, shout out to y'all, for the people who up in here staying with the chat room and staying committed to the role. I appreciate y'all in a dear way. I really do. Shit is real now. And as always,